3 radio programs to listen to, about 90 minutes of old-time radio. But it's some good stuff. We have Behind the Mic with the Columbia Workshop, and I was there. And I will tell you a little bit about each program in just a little bit. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy content like this, and click that bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. That will also get us into that YouTube and Google algorithm. This channel does not qualify for monetization because of the vintage radio, music, and film content that we feature. Because of that, we are asking for your support. We set up 2 links in the expanded description section, one to PayPal and one to GoFundMe. Both are secure. All I see is the amount you contribute and your name, and that's all. If the GoFundMe link is out of date, go to a more recent video or this channel's description for an updated link. These videos take quite a bit of time and research to put together, and I'd like to give a shout out to Larry who contributed. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Larry. And thanks for being a loyal listener for a very long time. Recently, a few of you mentioned that you miss me reading the newspaper. Well, I'm sorry about that. Life was getting in my way. I'd also like to explain another reason that I split the channels. It was YouTube's monetization policy. It did not make it worth me spending all that time away from the family and not getting paid. Simple as that. I have had that channel on hold recently. I was not sure what I wanted to do with it. Originally, I wanted to get this channel on firm footing and then work on that channel more diligently. For a time, I was thinking of doing just the historic dates of World War II on that channel. Then a couple of you mentioned how much you missed the day-by-days going on. Frankly, I missed that too. It was a great insight into what that era was really like. I will do this, and I hope that it will work for you guys. I will create a goal of 3 newspaper shows a week. Some weeks I'll hit that goal, while others I will not be able to. Just life gets in the way. Of course, we won't be able to follow the radio programs day by day. I've given that concept up long ago, but we will again be able to follow all the drama of not only the war, but the everyday crime news, politics, and sports of a typical American city as its citizens' lives changed before your ears. I am off of work next week and should be able to start it up again then. Plus, I think that channel could be a moneymaker if I can hit that magical 1,000 subscribers over there. And for any of you who are interested, the link to the World War II newspaper channel is in the description section to this video. You have to expand that description section, and there are 3 links. It's the very first link in it. And now about the radio programs. We are going to start things off tonight at 3:30 in the afternoon over CBS, 3:30 Chicago time, because, well, like I always say, we are based in the Chicago area, the great Midwest. And this program has to do with selling a program to a sponsor. It's pretty interesting how they did this, how you get to learn. It's kind of cool getting to learn the background of how radio was run back in the 1940s. I want to give a disclaimer on that program too. The program that they are trying to sell is a minstrel program which plays on African American stereotypes, black stereotypes, and that is not acceptable. That is not endorsed by me, and I just want you to know that I left that all intact because of its historical contents. I don't believe in editing. Or context, not content, context. So please take it as an educational tool into what it was like in the early 1940s. And then following Behind the Mic at 7 o'clock in the evening over CBS, we have the Columbia Workshop, and they are continuing their series of programs written by Norman Corwin. And this is one of his better works. It's the Odyssey of Runyon Jones. Now, many of you who are fans of my old channel remember that this story was played there a while back. So this would be 1941's equivalent of a rerun, but they did not play the recorded version of it, or they would have said transcribed at the beginning of this broadcast. They reacted the whole thing using the original script. It is a real good program. I think you will enjoy it. It's a classic. It is a classic. It's sad, but it's a classic. And then the last program tonight is the only one that we have sponsored. It has commercials in it for mobile gas. And I do believe this was a summer replacement program. I do not have a time for it. It could have been aired on the West Coast for all I know. I did not see it in the radio listings of either Chicago or New York. It did air on CBS. It's called I Was There. The episode title tonight is The Duke of Windsor. So it's kind of an education drama type of deal. It's a pretty cool program. All right, well, let's turn on this old tube radio. That's our time machine. And, well, once again, it's June 8th, 1941, a Sunday.
Radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio, with a switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio, stories behind your favorite programs and favorite personalities, radio people you never heard of, stories as amusing, dramatic, and interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you, the human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are behind the mic. And now presenting a man whose name has been a symbol of the best in radio since the beginning of broadcasting, Graham McNamee.
Thank you, George Putnam, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This week, Behind the Mic shows you how a radio production firm sells a program to a sponsor. You will hear the sound effect of the week, how radio commercials are written, a thrilling story behind a March of Time broadcast. And we salute a program you love, Lazy Dan. We answer letters from listeners. And finally, we bring you a story behind an Austrian freedom station, as told by Rudolph, the man who ran it. A few weeks ago, we showed on Behind the Mic how an advertising agency prepares a program for possible sale to a client. But programs are not only originated by advertising agencies or radio stations. They are very often created by independent radio production firms. And so now we're going to show how a radio production firm tries to sell an original program to a prospective sponsor. Here's a man who can tell us all about it. Bill Koblenzer, sales manager of the radio production firm of Wolf Associates. Bill, what is a radio production firm?
It's an organization that primarily originates programs and sells them to sponsors, or tries to. And tries is more like it most of the time. Then we either direct and cast it ourselves or hand it over to the agency and take a commission.
Well, you don't try to sell a program directly to the sponsor, do you, Bill?
Well, mostly we work through the advertising agencies.
Well, Bill, your firm produces many shows. For instance, the O'Neills, Happy Birthday on NBC. So you ought to be able to tell us how is a show sold to a sponsor.
Well, Graham, suppose we show how it's done in a little dramatization. It's a hypothetical case, but the details have all happened in selling programs.
Okay, Bill, take it away.
Our scene opens in the office of our producer, who we'll call by the fictitious name of Joe Clark. He's in conference with a couple of salesmen who work for his firm.
All right, now, fellas, bear with me 1 minute. Look, I have something to say. No, wait. Look, fellas, I think this famous minstrel show is something that should be sold. It's got a novel idea. It gives people famous in fields other than entertainment a chance to take their hair down in a minstrel show. Now, we got names, famous politicians, famous writers, famous artists, all people who can entertain, play a banjo or sing or something.
That's what I...
They'll all take part in this famous minstrel show, see? I think the show has everything.
Yeah, I do too, Joe. It's got names and entertainment. It's good, particularly right now, too, when people want to laugh.
Sure. Now, here's the printed presentation for you fellas to take around and show your clients. This book has all the arguments in it to convince advertising agencies that it's a good show. Tells how much the show will cost and why it'll cost. Everything's here, the orchestra, comedians, writers, all itemized so that the agency can get a clear picture. And I've had 25 copies of this book set up, and we're going to show them around to the heads of the radio departments of all the advertising agencies.
Look, Joe, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Now, instead of taking this book around ourselves, since it's a minstrel show, let's hire some postal telegraph messengers to black up and take this presentation around and announce when they come into an office.
Next day, in the office of the heads of the radio department of 25 different advertising agencies, this scene is enacted.
Mr. Levere, there's a postal telegraph messenger outside and wants to see you personally, sir. He's all blacked up.
All blacked up. Send them in. Well, I'll be doggone.
This presentation tells about a new radio program, y'all.
Well, a presentation of a new radio program. Let me look at this. Well, I'll be doggone.
The next step is for Joe and his salesman to start getting in touch with the heads of the radio departments to whom they present the program.
Oh, Jack, I wanted to see about this new show of ours.
Well, Joe, I've been looking over the presentation, and it seems interesting, but frankly, we haven't a client who could use this type of show. Right now, we're looking for a good daytime serial. But I'll keep it in mind in case we can use it.
Joe, we have a client who's in the market for a show, but he hasn't got much money to spend. What's the cost of that show again?
You can do it for $2,500, exclusive of the radio time cost.
Well, my client can only spend $1,500. Could you do it for that?
Tom, I possibly might, but I wouldn't.
Why not?
Well, because the show couldn't be done right. We'd have to cut down on the cast and the quality of the program. Wouldn't get the audience it could if it was done for $2,500. And after it was on the air for a little while, you'd be dissatisfied with it, and you'd blame me. I'd lose a good contact and a good friend, too. No, Tom, I guess I'll just take it elsewhere.
We have a client, Joe, that might go for it. This thing looks good on paper, but, I'd like to hear it. Will you record an audition?
Sure, if you're interested enough in it.
Well, I submitted the show to the account executive, and he thinks the client will go for it.
Swell.
So Joe invests anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 in paying for his cast, his orchestra, his writer, his director, his engineer, his sound effects man, and his recording. Then they record the show. He takes it back to the advertising agency, and the recording of famous minstrels is played. And then...
Well, how do you like it, Frank?
Oh, we like it fine, Joe. Everybody in the office thought it was swell.
When are you going to sign the contract?
Well, Joe, you see, the client went to a nightclub last night, and he heard some new orchestra and singer, and he likes them so well, he's going to buy them for the show.
Mm-hmm.
They're good, all right. They're going to go places. But I think your show would be better, but he's doing the buying.
Okay, Frank, we'll try someplace else.
And the audition record makes the rounds. Months go by, and then one day...
Tell you what we're going to do, Joe. We've got a tobacco account that's set to go on the air, time bought and everything, but they haven't a show. Now, our client is going to get $2,500 of his employees, men, because the show's to appeal to men, and he's going to audition 4 different shows before these men.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is one of them, and we'll play the record you made. The show that gets most of the votes is the one he's going to buy. Is that okay with you?
Why not? I have nothing to lose, and we've got a good show.
After the audition is over...
Attention, everybody. We've just tabulated the votes. 80% of the votes have been cast for famous minstrels, and that's the show we're going to buy to sell our product. I think that's a good bet.
Phew, thank heavens we've sold it at last.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a composite picture of how a radio program is sold by a production agency.
And thank you, Bill Koblenzer, for supplying the information which made this spot possible. The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effect which was used on the air and tells exactly how it was done. On the Colonel Stoopnagle Stump Club program this past week, which is sponsored by a beer company, during the commercial, the Colonel was supposed to open a bottle of beer. A comedy sound effect was used. The Colonel opening the bottle of beer sounded like this. Sounds more like a beer krieg to me. Well, this catastrophe was produced first by a couple of fruit tills being smashed. Then an explosion record played while 2 panes of glass were crashed, and then the explosion was faded down and a record of a waterfall was played. Once more, Colonel Stoopnagle opens a bottle of beer. And pays. The woman?
No, the sponsor.
You said it, kid. He's the bird that really makes radio possible. Yes, those little commercial announcements plugging the product certainly are important in this business. They're so important that this afternoon we've invited the head radio commercial writer of one of the biggest advertising agencies, Young and Rubicam, to tell us all about Old Man Commercial. Our guest is Joseph Moran. Joe, everyone knows that the idea of a good commercial is to create a desire in the listener to buy the product you're advertising.
Well, Graham, you sound like you've been in radio before.
Well, I'm going to try to make a career of it sometime, Joe. But anyway, what does a sponsor look for in his commercials?
Well, Graham, one of the most important things to him is sponsor identification. By that I mean that the listener should not only remember the program and the star, but also the sponsor's product. The little thing which, after all, makes the whole show possible.
Well, suppose a commercial is really good. What percentage of the listeners do remember the sponsor?
Oh, anywhere from 50 to 95 or 98%.
What program has the highest sponsor identification?
In our shop, Graham, the Jack Benny Show.
Why do people remember the product, which I think is some dessert or other in Jack's case?
Well, the name of the product is often mentioned as many as 40 times.
40 times, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Remember, the program starts right off with Don Wilson announcing the sponsor's product program. Then a quartet singing J-E-L-L, the sponsor's product. Jack starts off by saying the sponsor's product again, everybody.
And yet it never becomes obnoxious. I suppose that's because you sort of kid the product.
Oh, no, Graham, we never do that, even though it may seem like it. The actors are kidded, but the product, never.
Well, what must a good commercial have, Joe?
Well, it should be long enough to sell the product, and it must hold the listener's interest while it's doing it. Generally speaking, it should have one central theme and put over one point or related points. Because, obviously, it's easier to remember one thing than a whole lot of them. Putting over the sales story with conviction depends greatly on the announcer. Now, our commercials are written in the style of the one who's going to announce them. We don't write them for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry Von Zell.
Well, which do you consider better, the dramatized commercial or the straight-talk commercial?
Well, that depends on the product, Graham. If it's an old, established product, and everybody knows practically everything about it, and it's a case of telling the same story over again, then usually a dramatized or device commercial is much better. But if you've got something new, for instance, let's say some new vitamin has been added to the product, then you've got real news. And a straight commercial should hold the interest.
Well, how do you determine whether a commercial should be serious or comic?
Well, that again depends on the product and the program. Take Benny's show. The product is a light, appetizing dessert. It's universal in appeal, so we want it to reach everybody. So the commercial is in keeping with the dessert. It's frankly lightly written in a staccato manner, and the straight commercial is backed by music. On the other hand, we have the Silver Theater, in which the products are silver plate and sterling silver. Well, since buying silver is naturally a more serious problem to the average listener than spending a few cents for dessert, our overall approach is more serious. We try to give the commercials the same aura of glamour and tradition that makes the silver desirable. Commercials are more gracious and smooth.
Oh, when you mentioned vitamins before, I hope you don't mean to infer that your silver now is full of vitamins.
Well, thanks for the idea, Graham. We'll think it over.
Well, Joe, how much commercial announcement do the networks permit you to have?
Well, on NBC, on nighttime network shows, 3 minutes, half hour. For a daytime network show, 3 minutes and 15 seconds for 15-minute programs, and 4 minutes and 30 seconds for half-hour programs. Oh, roughly it averages about 10% of the show time for commercials.
Joe, there's one question that I'm sure has puzzled a lot of listeners. Why do sponsors break up their programs, some of them very interesting dramas, with a commercial right smack in the middle of the show?
Well, Graham, that goes back to your problem of sponsor identification. By surveys, it's been found that more people are listening to the program in the middle than at any other time, and naturally, you want to get your sales message across to the greatest listening audience.
Well, Joe, before you go, there's just one more little question that still puzzles me.
What is it, Graham?
Who really sponsors Jack Benny?
Rochester.
Oh! Here's a true story of the intense drama that goes on behind the mic. This ironic tale actually happened. Many of you remember the March of Time, the daily dramas of news events. Each day, the staff got together to dramatize the news events as they came off the wire. And one day, the 3rd of September in 1935...
Hey, Joe, if we only had a human interest spot, we'd have a swell show for tonight.
Here's something that just came in from Philadelphia.
Yeah, what's it about?
The flash here says actor dies of heart failure on opening night of new show. That's all we have, Charlie, except that it's Lenore Ulrich's show.
Gee, poor fella. Suppose he couldn't stand the excitement. Get me the details, will you? We'll dramatize.
Okay, Charlie. I'll call Philly, and maybe Equity here has some dope.
Right. Jack?
Yes, Charlie?
Look, let's get hold of a cast for this thing.
Okay.
I need somebody to imitate Lenore Ulrich. Agnes Moorehead ought to be able to do that. Ask her.
Yeah, I'll get it.
And for the actor, let me see, we get...
How about that actor who was anxious to break into radio and kept phoning for appointments?
Which?
You liked his audition. Remember the long interview you gave him?
Oh, yes, sure, of course. Say, is he still coming in every day?
No, he hasn't been in for a while. I guess he's becoming discouraged after so many months of no job.
Well, I'm sorry, but we've never had a chance for him. Get him now. His name is Bart or something.
Yeah, William Bart. I'll get his phone number.
Thanks. Hey, Joe, you got the dope on the Ulrich spot yet?
Yeah, here it is. Play is called Portuguese Gal. It opened last night in Philly. The part calls for the man playing Lenore Ulrich's husband to come in at the head of a flight of stairs. Well, last night he came on, wobbled a bit, and then collapsed over the banister. Doctors say he was so excited getting his great chance at last, his heart wouldn't stand the strain.
Ooh, poor guy. Suppose he just about gave his life to get a chance to act.
Charlie, here you are. Here's the phone number of William Bart.
William Bart?
Yeah, William Bart. We're going to give him a chance. He should be able to imitate the actor perfectly.
But the man who dropped dead last night was William Bart.
We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in our memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. And this afternoon, behind the mic, salutes Lazy Dan, whose real name is Irving Kaufman. Lazy Dan was on the air weekly from 1933 to 1937. Irving Kaufman portrayed the comic misadventures of a colored porter working in a hardware store, as well as all the other characters in the script. And here's a bit from Lazy Dan. As the scene opens, we're in Jones' hardware store, and we find Jim Jones talking to Lazy Dan.
Well, Dan, are you and the boys ready for the minstrel show?
Yes, Mr. Jim, I is, but the rest of the boys ain't here yet. Well, look at who... Here he is. Here's Mr. Flanagan now. Hello there, Mr. Flanagan.
Well, the top of the morning to you, boys, and how are you?
Yeah, glad to see... Yeah, and right behind him is Mr. Coon. Hello there, Mr. Coon. Well, cheerio, my friends. Cheerio and a pip-pip. Yeah, pip-pip to you, too. And here's Mr. Raviola. Hello, Mr. Raviola.
You betcha my life it's a raviola. How do you feel it, kids, huh?
Yeah, glad to see you. Well, doggone, look at who's right beside him. Charlie the laundryman. Hello there, Charlie. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth.
All right, boys. Now, Dan, suppose you get the boys ready and rehearse that number we're doing for the minstrel show. Now, I'll start the first chorus myself, and then you boys can help out. Is that okay?
Yes, Mr. Jones. Go ahead, you start it, and we'll help out.
There are blues that you get from worry, and there are blues that you get from pain, and there are blues when you're lonely for your one and only, the blues you can never... Take it, Dan.
Yes, I got it. There are blues that you get from longing, but the bluest blues that one can see. I saw the blues that on my mind, they're the very meanest kind. The blues my naughty sweetie gives to me.
Well, Dan, that's all right, but what about your friends? Aren't they going to sing?
Yeah, so they're going to sing. Come on, boys, get in front of this microscope, and when I call you out, don't forget to come in. Are y'all ready now? Well, here we go. There are blues that you get from sweetie when she phones to another guy. Take it, Mr. Flanagan.
And there are blues when your honey spins on... Take it, Mr. Cohn.
And blues when she's telling you, a diddy bam 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 bam. There are blues that you get when married. Take it, Mr. Raviola.
Hey, look, boss, they got a blues. Hey, when you gonna be free? Take it, Charlie.
Songatia mango ya tango ya lango, singao mio tongo mangao, soy tongai. Get out the way and let me finish. But the kind of blues that's good and blue come from buying wine for two. The kind of blues my sweetie give to me. Now get out the way and listen. The kind of blues my sweetie give to me.
Well, Lazy Dan, Irving, what are you doing today?
What am I doing today, Graham? Well, I've got a program of my own on another network. And I'm doing a lot of songs and commercial announcements.
What's the best-known commercial song you're doing?
The one that ends up with,
I'm nuts about the good old USA.
So are all of us, Irving. I mean Lazy Dan. No, I don't. I mean Irving Kaufman. Letters from listeners. Juliet Vogel of New York asked this question. While listening to the radio late in the morning, I heard a number of short and long beeps. It sounded like code, but I'm familiar with code, and I know it wasn't. Can you tell me what these sounds were?
You are probably hearing facsimile broadcasting. In facsimile broadcasting, printed words and pictures are sent through the air, and they are reproduced at home. To receive this type of service, you must have a special facsimile receiving unit.
Al Tolleries of Chicago asks, has Billy Mills, the orchestra leader, been in radio any length of time?
Well, just to give you an idea, on June 17th, he will complete his 10,000th broadcast when he conducts the orchestra for Fibber McGee and Molly. Incidentally, he remains as band leader for the summer show, replacing Fibber McGee and Molly, the program which will star Ransom Sherman.
Spencer Alexander of Washington, D.C. asks, who sponsors the radio program, The World Is Yours?
The World Is Yours is an unsponsored educational program produced by NBC under the auspices of the Smithsonian Institution. It celebrates its 5th anniversary on the air next week.
Sylvia Shore of Miami, Florida, asks, will the sponsor of the Eddie Cantor show stay on the air in the summer?
Yes, the sponsor will fill Cantor's place with a quiz show, which is not as yet titled. Announcement will be made very soon.
Thank you, George Putnam. Thank you. As you know, in many countries in Europe, the people are only permitted to hear what their government wishes them to hear through government-controlled radio stations. And yet within these countries, or near their borders, are courageous men and women who, opposing the government, broadcast at the risk of their lives the truth as they see it to their fellow men. Today we have as a guest a young man who is in charge of one of these freedom stations. He is known by the name of Rudolph, and here he is. Rudolph, will you tell us how these freedom stations originated?
Well, Graham, the first freedom station was established by Otto Strasser. Otto Strasser was one of the first of the Nazis. In 1932, Strasser revolted against the Nazi policies and fled the country. He established the first freedom station in Czechoslovakia.
What is the purpose of such a freedom station, Rudolph?
First, to give information to the people, to bring them news which they can't get within their own country, and to show them what is really going on in the world, particularly the way that democracies regard their way of living and their policies. This information is most important because it undermines the faith of the people in their leader and in their cause. These stations urge resistance and sabotage inside the country. They appeal to the women to form an inner front, pointing out how useless it is to sacrifice their husbands and sons, and urges them to make peace with the world.
What happened to this first freedom station?
It was headed by a young man named Ernest Formis, who was a member of the Strasser Black Front, which was the anti-Nazi party. As I said, it broadcast from inside Czechoslovakia. It got more and more listeners inside Germany. Finally, the Nazis sent a 22-year-old girl to Czechoslovakia, and Formis fell in love with her. She made an appointment with him in a forest, and when he arrived there, instead of the girl, he found 2 Nazi agents who shot him and fled over the border.
The station continued?
Oh, yes. Many freedom stations were inside Germany. they began to use mobile transmitters in automobiles so that it would be more difficult to locate them.
What was the penalty if you were found operating one of these stations, Rudolph?
Death, of course.
Where did you operate your station?
When England and France entered the war, they immediately set up freedom stations. I had the Austrian freedom station in Normandy. We were on the air 2 hours daily.
What did you broadcast?
Well, for one thing, we broadcast cultural subjects that were forbidden within the Reich. For instance, a broadcast would be something like this.
You have just heard the Lorelei. Isn't it a pity that such a beautiful poem, such a good German poem, had to be written by Heinrich Heine, and that you cannot hear it except through a station like ours? And now we are going to play a work of the good German composer, the Midsummer Night's Dream Overture by Felix Mendelssohn, and following this you will hear the music from Lohengrin, conducted by Arturo Toscanini, the greatest of all conductors. What a shame that he no longer conducts at Bayreuth and Salzburg.
Well, then what else would you do, Rudolph?
Well, besides that, we would give news. We'd make jokes at the expense of the political party in power, because we have always found that ridicule is a strong weapon.
Did you have a large audience?
We didn't need one, Graham. If a few people heard us, they would whisper it to their friends, and in that way, what we said would spread like wildfire throughout the country.
Well, didn't the Germans try to stop your station from functioning?
Oh, yes, they would try to jam our station.
What do you mean by jamming?
They would operate 6 stations on the same wavelength as ours and play very loud records so that anybody listening to our station would hear a confusion of those jamming records instead of hearing us.
What did you do to counteract that?
Several things. We would change our wavelengths every day, and the jamming stations would have to follow us up and down the wavelengths to find out where we were and change their wavelengths to suit. They would only jam when we were speaking, because jamming is a very expensive process. So what we did to beat that was to play a record and then fade the record down in the middle and talk, and thus catch the Nazis unaware. By the time they started jamming, we'd finish talking, and we would just play music again.
And how did they catch people who were listening to your station?
Well, let's say somebody was listening to us.
Contrary to what you people hear, the morale of the English is being improved as a result of the bombing of London. The English people are becoming more and more aroused, and although there have been a large number of casualties, they are more than ever determined.
Ems, what is that music?
I don't know any more than you do.
The Gestapo.
Oh, listening to a freedom station. You're both under arrest.
How was this done, Rudolph?
Well, the Germans would set up mobile stations in automobiles. These stations were on the same wavelength as the freedom station. They would play loud records as they drove through the streets. If you were listening to a freedom station and the mobile transmitter playing loud records would pass your door, your radio would pick up their broadcast and blare. Following this mobile transmitter was another car full of Gestapo, the secret police. They'd trace the blare, and you'd be under arrest and in a concentration camp.
Well, are these freedom stations still being operated, Rudolph?
Yes, from England and from within the occupied countries themselves.
Well, now, tell me, what are you doing in the United States now, Rudolph?
I'm lecturing, and I've taken out my first citizenship papers, and I'm becoming an American citizen. A citizen of a country that needs no freedom station. Because here, Graham, you can hear the truth.
And that was mighty well said, Rudolph, and very informative. Thank you very much, Rudolph. Next week, Behind the Mic, we'll show you how the broadcast by which the English children in America speak to their parents is set up. You will hear a story behind South American radio. We salute an artist you love, famous cellist Yasha Bunchak. And you will hear more of the tragedy, the comedy, and the glamour that are found behind the mic. This is Graham McNamee speaking. Good afternoon, all.
Behind the Mic is written by Mort Lewis. Original music composed by Ernie Watson. Conducted by Norman Cloutier. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned next for the Columbia Workshop.
The Columbia Workshop presents number 6 of 26 by Corwin. The Odyssey of Runyon Jones, being a fairy tale for children who stay up later these days because of daylight saving, or for any other reason. A new fantasy by Norman Corwin in 6 scenes in 1 act with no moral thereunto. Illuminated by an original musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Semler.
Is this the Department of Lost Dogs?
Yes.
I'm looking for my dog,
Your name?
Runyon Jones.
Runyon?
Yes, sir. It's a terrible name, but Mother says I'll like it when I grow up because it's distinguished, she says. The other boys call me Onion.
What's the name of your dog?
Putsy.
Putsy.
Yes, sir. He's very smart, sir.
When did you lose him?
Yesterday morning,
Where?
right outside my house. He was chasing an automobile.
Why?
He wanted to bite the tires, I think.
Front or rear?
All of them.
What happened?
The car ran over him.
And then?
He was killed, sir.
And you're on the wrong floor. This is the Department of Lost Dogs. What you want is the Department of Deceased Dogs.
Where is that, sir?
2 flights up. Here, take this slip and hand it to the man at the desk.
Thank you, sir. Is this the Department of Diseased Dogs?
Deceased, not diseased. Let me see that slip.
Yes, sir.
Putsy. Are you Runyon Jones?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Let me look at the file. Putsy Jones. 1.5 years old, inveterate auto chaser. Leash, attitude. Young man, I don't think there's anything we can do for you.
You can't find Putsy?
Ordinarily, in a good many cases, when a boy's dog dies from old age or natural causes, or was merely run over while chasing a cat in line of duty, and was fatally wounded in a fight with other dogs, we can make arrangements with St. Bernard, the proprietor of Dog Heaven, for the return of the animal on a limited basis.
What's a limited basis?
But in the case of Putsy, he is down in the files as an inveterate auto chaser and tire nipper class 4. Also, it's known that he has resisted leashes, that he bit a dog catcher on August 11th last, and that he stayed out all night on 3 separate occasions. Sorry to say, he's not in Dog Heaven.
No? Gosh. Are you sure, mister? Couldn't he have snuck in when nobody was looking?
He's not in Dog Heaven, and that settles that.
So, where is he then?
In the place where all ill-behaved curs are punished. Purgatory.
Where's that? I'll go there.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
But he won't chase any more automobiles. I swear it. Look, honest. I'll spit on my hand and touch my forehead 3 times.
What's that mean?
That's the secret oath of the Elmwood Street AC, which means pledge of honor.
Nevertheless, it'll be impossible.
But Pussy will be lonely without me. I have to find him.
Please go now. I'm busy.
But gee whiz, I came all the way
Now,
here.
go quietly, Mr. Jones, or I shall have to call an officer.
I won't go. I won't go without Pussy. You've got him somewhere and you're hiding him
Now,
on
listen
me.
here,
I won't listen. You give my dog back or I'll kick you in the shin.
Why?
Pussy! Pussy! You locked him up and you won't let me help him because you want to keep him for yourself.
Here, you stop kicking me. Stop that. Officer, come here. All right, here, you go away. Stop it. How dare you? What is this? Now, wait a minute. Wait down, officer. What's going on here?
Now, wait a minute. I think you both better explain the matter to the superintendent of the division.
Well, I certainly will. I'm not going to stand for being kicked in the shins by any young brat who happens to come along. Huh. No wonder his dog's in purgatory. I can see where the animal learned its bad manners.
You take that back. I did not teach Pussy his bad manners.
Yeah,
He
you
taught
know,
himself.
All right. Quiet, the both of you now, and follow me. We'll explain it all to the super.
I will tell the super what you said.
to be said for both sides. Now, first of all, I suggest that you two shake hands and apologize to each other.
Well, all right. I'm sorry I kicked you in the shins, mister.
Oh, that's all right. I may possibly have lost my temper a bit, too.
Yes. Now, Mr. Jones, let me explain what the clerk was trying to tell you. We do not keep any dogs here on the premises. The most we can do is to refer applications to the right parties. It so happens we have connections with Dog Heaven through our good friend St. Bernard. But unfortunately, there is no contact whatsoever, none at all, with Purgatory.
Well, isn't there any way of getting to Purgatory, sir? Because I'll go myself if you'll only tell me how to get there, sir. I got here by myself.
Clerk, there's obviously quite an attachment to the dog in this case.
He was attached to a leash, but he kept breaking away on account of he liked to run fast.
Yes. Now, Mr. Jones, I think you're a likely lad, and so I'm going to tell you frankly that the chances of your ever getting Footsie back are very, very slim.
They are? Why is that, sir?
Because Purgatory is a great, great distance away and extremely hard to get to. In fact, nobody we know seems to know just how one does get there. But if you're determined to try to get Footsie back, and you're willing to take risks and chances...
Yes, sir, I'll do anything. Gee whizzikers, if you only knew Footsie...
Then I'll tell you how to get to somebody who may know somebody who knows somebody else who can send you to the right place so that you might be able to find out how to set out for Purgatory.
Gosh, would you, sir?
Oh, glad to. Clerk, get me Form 5, the blue slip.
Yes, sir.
And also applications for the interdivisional visa and interdepartmental passport. Then clip on the transfer coupons on the pink manifest.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Jones, this is what you do. There is only one person I know who can possibly set you on the right track, and that's the head of the Division of Time. We call him Father Time. His place is quite far, and you'll have to make several changes before you get there. That's what all the tickets are for.
Shall I say you sent me?
Oh, that won't do much good. He's very busy and won't have much time to talk to you. You tell him quickly what you're after, and then if he can assist you, he'll tell you quickly. He hates to waste time.
The papers, sir.
Oh, very good. Mr. Jones, will you fill out this blank and sign these two while I stamp these documents?
Yes, sir.
Clerk, see that he gets put safely on the golden escalator with instructions to change at the Enter Heaven junction of the Nebula Express.
Wouldn't it be better for him to take the westbound Taurus special, sir? That crosses the meridian 2 light hours ahead of the Neb.
Yes, but then he'll have to wait for a stellium for the ecliptic local. No, it's better the other way.
Maybe you're right.
Have you finished, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. I got an ink spot all over this sheet here. Will that make any difference?
No. Well, Mr. Jones, I guess that does it.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Gosh, Footsy's sure gonna be glad to see me.
Don't be too sure you'll find him because you're liable to be disappointed, you know. But good luck anyway.
Thank you.
Now, young man, if you'll come with me, I'll see that you get on at the golden escalator.
All right, I'm coming.
Came all the way here to ask if I know anybody who can help you find a dog named Footsie?
Yes, Father Time.
Don't you realize I'm very busy?
Yes, Father Time, but it won't take you long.
Quiet. I've got to listen for time signals. Aha, that means that the eclipse of 3 moons on Jupiter was right on time.
He was just a little dog, about so big.
When you hear the time signal, it will be exactly 1:62 on Uranus.
That was 37 thousandths of a second late. Miss Crona, make a note of that. We'll have to make it up in the year 7,302,000.
Yes, sir.
Now, what was it you wanted, little man?
Well, sir, could you tell me how I could get to Purgatory? Because my dog...
Oh, yes. Was he a delinquent dog?
No, sir, a mongrel.
When you hear the musical note, it will be the 172nd millionth anniversary of the birth of the first dinosaur.
Miss Crono, remind me to send an anniversary message of felicitations to M.N.
Yes, sir. Can I have time to go to lunch?
Later. Now, where did you say the dog was?
In Purgatory. I just want to know how to get there.
Ah, well, now, the only way... Who's that?
Main office. Sana speaking.
My, look at that green clock. Well, it's getting along toward morning on Neptune already.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Well, keep your shirt on. He's right here.
Who's that? Who's that on the phone?
Our agent on Alcyon. He says they need a shipment of sand very badly.
Why?
The sands of time are running low all through the archipelago of the Pleiades.
Well, tell him we're digging some new pits in Navarone. That he'll have his order in 2 shakes of a comet cake.
Okay. Hello?
What are you doing here?
Don't you remember Father Time? I'm the one looking for my dog. I came...
Oh, yes, Mr. Bowles.
No.
You're from Earth, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, I want you to know that I'm heartily ashamed of the kind of time they have down there in Greenwich.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to understand why.
Yes, sir.
Because it's so mean. It's pretty mean time.
Yes, sir.
And now about you and your dog. I don't know where Purgatory is at all. It used to be on Sirius, the dog star. But the neighbors on Curad and Merseham and Adhara complained about the piteous howling and whining which came from there, so they had to move.
Why was there howling and whining?
Because all the dogs in Purgatory are tortured, of course.
Does it hurt them bad?
Well, naturally. What a question. Why, I've heard there's fleas in Purgatory as big as a lion. That's only one of the attractions.
Well, is there some way I could find out how to get there?
Well, the only one I know who could possibly help you is M.N.
M.N.?
Don't you know anything, lad? Mother Nature.
Oh.
Well, there goes the Vernal Exodus on the Aldebaran. Now, Mr. Pussy?
No, that's my dog.
Quiet, Pussy. Now, here's how you get to M.N.'s place.
When you hear the note of the bass flotante, that will be time for all visitors who were not invited to get ready to leave.
And you came here to ask me?
Well, Father Tom said you might know where it is.
Well, I don't, little boy. But let me think. I'll tell you who might. Just off the main skyway between Castor and Pollux, before you get to the red light of McBuda, there's a harpy who...
Nature, but these papers have to be signed right away if you want to get them on the Solar Limited.
Yes. Excuse me, Runyon.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone complained about an earthquake in California. Test specimen of a new metal for the mountains of East Orion. New species of ants, the Antilles.
Hello. Hello. Are you from Denison? No, ma'am. I'm from Des Moines. Are you looking for a job? No, ma'am. I want to find my dog. Purgatory.
Demanding less time and
too bad. Not a chance.
Requisition for air-soft beans to take the place of butter beans. Rain wanted in the panhandle. Here, that's finished. Here, Blossom, take these and see if they get... Wait a minute. What's that you have in your hand?
That's a vacuum bottle, ma'am. It's just some warm nectar in case I get hungry on the way.
Don't you know I abhor a vacuum? Give me that. Now, Blossom, don't let me lose my patience with you again. If you get hungry, there's plenty to drink in the Milky Way.
Yes, Mother Nature.
Now, Runyon, as I was saying, this harpy is a very strange spirit, full of lots of esoteric knowledge.
Does he know where I can find Pussy?
That I can't tell you. But there's no harm asking. Incidentally, it's a she, not a he. In fact, she's more commonly known as an it.
Well, does it bite?
Oh, no. But you may have difficulty understanding it because of the way this harpy talks. You have to hold this little charm. Oh, now, where did I put it? Yes, here it is. You have to hold this in your left hand while the harpy talks in order to make out anything at all.
Gee, isn't it pretty? It's just like an Aggie in marble.
Yes, it's the most charming charm I have. Don't lose it now, because it has the power of translating the harpy's language into your own.
No, ma'am. I won't lose it. I'll take care of it, like as if it was Tootsie. Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, it. Tootsie. No. P-O-O-T-Z-Y. Chasing an automobile. Yes'm. Sir, I mean... Giant? But does he bite? Does he know where Tootsie is? You don't know whether he knows. Gosh, nobody seems to know where Kerkatory is. I hope the giant does. How do I get there, Miss Harpy? The Harpy. Under the automobile before I could get him, Mr. Giant. And that's how he got killed.
So you come here expecting me to tell you where Purgatory is?
If you know, I mean.
Of course I know.
You do? Oh, gee, will you tell me, please? Oh, gee, gosh, Jiminy heck, then you know where Tootsie is.
Do you think I'm going to tell a little squirt where Purgatory is? Why, I haven't told anybody anything for 67 million years. And I don't see why I should stop him now.
But it's Tootsie. Don't you understand? Tootsie. Tootsie's there. If you tell me, I can go get him.
Tootsie? Shaw. I don't care if Tootsie's there. Now, beat it, small fry. I have worries of my own. Me with 2 heads to feed and 4 sets of teeth. 2 uppers and 2 lowers to clean every night. Go on, beat it.
Please, Mr. Giant, please.
What did you ever do for me?
Nothing, but I'll do anything you want me to if I can get Tootsie back.
As if you could do something for me. Go on now, scram, before I slash you with my little fingers.
But listen to me.
Don't take up my valuable time. Who sent you here in the first place, anyway?
The Harpy.
The Harpy?
Yes, sir.
You don't say. Step on my thumbnail here, and don't slip. I want to talk to you very confidentially. Come up here, near my ear. Now, what do you know about the Harpy?
Well, it told me how to get here. It gave me full directions.
What are you talking about?
The Harpy, sir.
Miss Harpy to you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Well, how the heck could you understand her?
Why, that was easy.
Easy? I've been trying to get next to that creature for the last 4 million years, and every time I ask her for a date, she gives me queer talk. I can't make her out. I think she's stringing me along.
You mean she talks like this?
Yes. Say, how did you do that?
Well, I'll tell you how if you tell me how to reach Purgatory.
Oh, businessman, eh?
No, I just want to swap you, that's all.
Well, all right, tell me how.
Oh, no. First, you tell me how to get to Purgatory.
Well, that's fair enough. Now, mind you, you're not fooling me now. What you tell me better work.
Sure. It works like a charm. No fooling.
All right, then. Now, through that cloud of meteor dust there on the trim tram. And then you change the transducer to the same
What was that?
That was merely the soul of a wolf passing by the Purgatorium.
Does it bite?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Mr. Jones. You see, the nearby wolves who occupy what is known as lupine limbo resort certain of the policies in practice here in Purgatory, to say nothing of the smell.
They do?
Ah, that means the Board of Directors has reached a decision on your application. We can go in now.
Mr. Jones, will you sit here?
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the board, this is Mr. Runyon Jones of Earth, whose request to be reunited with his dog Pootsy, number 17,006,012, we have just discussed.
Hello, gentlemen.
Jones, we have gone into this matter most carefully.
That's good.
We fully appreciate the pains to which you have gone and the trouble
Always nothing.
you have taken. We are also aware of the unusual devotion you have shown to said Pootsy. And all these factors have entered into our decision.
Yes, sir. Then can I see Pootsy and have him back?
The unanimous decision of the Board of Directors is that you may not.
What? You mean I can't see?
Sorry, but it's entirely contrary to the established rules and regulations of the institution. If we made an exception for you, it might lead to all kinds of complications.
Oh, Jiminy. Can I see Pootsy for just a minute?
Sorry, Jones.
Not even for a teeny-weeny second. Just a peek at him through the bars.
We're all very sorry, Jones, but nothing can be done for you. Incidentally, it may be of some consolation to you to know that there are no bars in Purgatory.
That's good. Do you torture Pootsy bad? He's got a lame foot, you know. I hope you don't hurt him awful.
What is it? Now, just a moment, Jones. I am proud to say we do not torture any dogs in Purgatory. Where did you get that terrible idea?
Father Time told me.
Oh, Father Time. Don't take any stock in anything he says, Jones. I shouldn't like this to get back to Father Time, but between you and us, strictly entre nous, a job of his seems to have got the better of him. He's more or less known as a crackpot.
That torture talk is nonsense.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got a big dog to clear. Hadn't we better show Jones how to get back to the sidereal ferry?
Yes. Jones, I'm afraid that closes the case. Sorry.
This way out, Jones.
Can I say just one more thing, gentlemen?
Well, you'll have to make it fast.
Pootsy is a good dog. He didn't mean to bite no tires. He just wanted to race the car to show me how fast he could run. And he could have run faster if he wasn't lame in the leg. And the time he bit the dog catcher, the big bum...
Jones, that's no kind of language.
Well, he was a big bum. He hurt Pootsy, and Pootsy wasn't doing no harm to nobody. He was just chasing a cat. And about his staying out all night, well, that was because he saw me talking to Eddie Major's bulldog. And he got jealous. You can't blame a dog for that, can you? Honest, Pootsy is the best dog in the world, or else would I have come all this way for him?
Well, what about the day the auto ran over him and killed him? Didn't he break away from your leash?
No, sir. The leash broke.
Are you sure of that, Jones? Jones?
No, sir.
Then the said Potsy did break away.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you are. Again, and please understand we are sorry, but there's nothing that we can do. Next item, gentlemen.
This way out, Jones.
Well, goodbye. And tell Pootsy...
Yes, I'll tell him.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Pootsy! Can you hear me?
No, he cannot. I'll tell him goodbye for you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, Jones. Wait a minute. Where'd you get that mark over your right eye?
Oh, this? Oh, that's nothing. I got that in the accident.
What accident?
When I tried to stop Pootsy from being run over.
And?
And nothing.
Didn't you reach Pootsy in time?
No, sir. Almost, but you see, the car ran over me first.
It did?
Dear.
Yes, sir. That's how I got killed.
Well, now, Just a moment, Jones.
I think we got another situation.
The priorities ruling is right in the book. There's just no argument about it. It's right here. Distinctly right here in the book. All right, gentlemen. Jones, the status of the case is changed by the fact that you gave your life to save your dog. That comes under the priorities ruling affecting the 7th clause of the Constitution of Purgatory.
I see. Well, goodbye, gentlemen.
No, you don't understand. You can have the said Putsy back.
I can see Putsy?
Yes, sir. We'll release the said Putsy from Purgatory in your custody.
You mean now?
Yes. The officer will take you.
Come, Mr. Jones.
Yes, right away. Thanks. Gee, gosh, holy mackerel.
He's down at the end of the long corridor. Well, here we are. He's right inside that door.
Is he? Right inside there?
Yes. Just open the door and walk right in.
Wait a minute. Do I look all right?
Oh, yes, Mr. Jones.
You have been listening to The Odyssey of Runyon Jones, a new fantasy for children by Norman Corwin, presented by the Columbia Workshop as number 6 of 26 by Corwin. The role of Runyon Jones was played by Larry Robinson, that of Father Time by Roy Fant, Mother Nature by Hester Sondergaard. The harp passages were played by Zepp Morsher, the Giant by Arthur Vinton, the Chairman of the Board of Purgatory by Frank Lovejoy. Others in the cast were Rosalind Ralston, William Watts, Norman Lloyd, Morgan Pauley, and Florence Robinson. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler, and the entire production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. 26 by Corwin will return at the same time next week with number 7 of the series entitled A Soliloquy to Balance the Budget, a one-man performance by House Jameson.
Stay tuned next for I Was There.
The General Petroleum Corporation, marketers of mobile gas and mobile oil, presents I Was There. Meaux, France, 1937. Duke of Windsor, married in historic ceremony. I Was There. Coffeyville, Kansas, 1892. Famous Dalton gang raids Coffeyville. I Was There. The Republic of Spain, 1936. Spain torn by civil war.
I Was There.
I Was There. Again, the marketers of Mobil Gas, America's favorite gasoline, and Mobil Oil, the largest selling motor oil in the world, present stories that have made headline history. Stories told by men and women who can say, I was there. And here to introduce tonight's guest is your host, the noted news reporter, Knox Manning.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again tonight, we're happy to present 3 men and women who've actually witnessed important events of our time. The happy, the tragic, the unforgettable events that make up the history of our age. But their stories are more than recitals of historical fact. They are vivid, detailed accounts of notable events, accounts that could come only from those who can say, I was there. All over America this month, young couples are going to the altar for traditional June weddings. But perhaps the most significant, and surely the most celebrated of all June weddings, took place just 4 years ago this week. It was the wedding of the couple who made a million fictional romances seem pale by comparison with theirs. Of the man who said to all the world,
"For my own part, I found it impossible to discharge my duty as king as I would wish to do without the help and support of the woman I love. God bless you all. God save the king."
Edward VIII, King of England, Emperor of India, gave up a crown to marry the woman he loved. And here with us tonight is a gentleman who will never forget that historic ceremony, for he is a minister who risked his position and his future to perform it. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the Reverend R. Anderson Jardine, formerly of Darlington, England.
Yes, Mr. Manning, I was there. And though I must confess, it was almost as much a surprise to me as it seems to be to the outside world. I'd never had the privilege of meeting His Highness, the Duke of Windsor, or the bride of his choice. But one morning in May of 1937, Mrs. Jardine and I were at breakfast in the vicarage of St. Paul's in Darlington.
Well, I would say it's unfair. It just isn't right.
Beg your pardon, my dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mumble, but this article in the newspaper has me downright angry. Listen, religious ceremony to be denied to Duke of Windsor.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Although I must say I'm not surprised.
Well, I am. I should certainly think there would be at least one clergyman somewhere with the courage to risk possible censure, perform the ceremony. Why, it's...
Anderson, what are you thinking?
You know what I'm thinking, my dear?
But a country vicar like you... Why, it's...
Very likely my offer will be declined, but I am going to offer to perform the ceremony. Though it costs me everything I have, I am going to offer.
Oh, there's one more letter, Your Highness. A most interesting one.
Yes, Ellen? What is it?
It's from the Reverend R. Anderson Jardine, Vicar of St. Paul's, Darlington.
Jardine? Jardine?
Oh, you don't know the good vicar, Your Highness. But he has offered to perform the ceremony at the wedding.
To perform the ceremony?
That's right.
I wonder if he's conscious of the criticism that would be heaped on him.
He must know what he's doing. What do you think, Your Highness?
I think the man has pluck. Get in touch with him immediately. And if he's still of a mind to do it, you may tell him we should be honored to have him officiate at the wedding.
Yes?
This is London calling the Reverend R. Anderson Jardine.
Well, this is Mr. Jardine.
Would you hold the wire, please? Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Jardine?
Yes?
This is Alan, solicitor to His Royal Highness the Duke of Windsor.
Oh, yes. Yes, I received your telegram, sir.
You haven't thought better of it and changed your mind.
On the contrary, I'm more anxious than ever to perform the ceremony.
Fully. Could you leave for London immediately?
I'll take the first train. I'll be there in the morning.
Mr. Jardine, thank you so much for coming so quickly. You've made His Highness most happy.
Well, I'm glad of that. He has so much happiness due him.
You realize, of course, you're jeopardizing your position.
Really, Mr. Allen, your concern is appreciated, but my decision was well considered.
Good. Then is there any reason why we shouldn't start for France right away?
Not at all. I'm at your service.
Very good. Do you know something, Mr. Jardine? I'm feeling so delighted about this. It's almost as though I were the one to be married.
Have all the guests arrived?
Yes. Look out there. As the Baron and Baroness Eugene de Rothschild, and the Duchess' good friends, Mr. and Mrs. Herman Rogers.
Oh, yes. I think I've seen that young man over there somewhere.
Of course. That's Randolph Churchill, son of Winston Churchill.
Many important people here.
Yes, but even so, the wedding itself will be quite simple.
Sir Allen, I found that oftentimes the simplest ceremonies are the most beautiful.
Well, the moment has come, Mr. Jobby. It's time for you to go to the altar. Look, the doorway. Behind us. Yes. It's the first time he's looked happy in months. And you have contributed much to that happiness. I salute you, Mr. Jobby. As much as Edward, Albert, Christian, George, Andrew, Patrick, David, and Bessie Wallace have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and His company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth, each to the other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving a ring, and by joining hands, I pronounce that they are man and wife, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Performed with those very words. The Duke of Windsor and the woman he loved were man and wife. And one of the greatest romances of all times had come to its triumphant climax. I have often been asked if I would perform the ceremony again if I had to do it over. My answer to that question is yes, willingly and with the greatest of pleasure. Indeed, I am proud and honored to be able to say I was there.
As a witness to quick and helpful service to humans as well as to cars, Eric Ostman of 5909 Dayton Avenue, Seattle, can say, I was there. Mr. Ostman had just moved into the neighborhood where Harold Gross operates a mobile gas service station at 60th and Finney Street, Seattle. As Mr. Gross was working about his service station one day, the phone bell rang, and a frantic voice at the other end of the line said,
I'm the new neighbor who was in for service yesterday. My child has just been scalded, and I don't know any doctor in this neighborhood. Can you help me out?
I surely can. Carry the child out to the curb, and I'll be there right away with my car. I'll drive you to a good doctor I know, and it's just a couple of blocks.
Thanks, old man, and please hurry.
In just about nothing flat, the frantic father and the suffering child were in the doctor's office, where prompt treatment prevented what might have been disfiguring scars on the child's face. Another instance of the prompt, neighborly, and effective service gladly rendered by mobile gas and mobile oil dealers, displaying the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
What do you mean, run? I'm the new sheriff here. I ain't running from nobody.
You better change your mind, Sheriff, or you got fined. I'd even hide that badge if I was you. Those boys ain't fooling. They're the Daltons.
The Daltons, Bob, Emmett, and Grat, ringleaders of the most feared band of desperados in the old Indian Territory. 3 men who respected but one law, the law of a six-gun. A true account of their lives holds more excitement and color than a chapter from a fiction novel. And our next guest tonight is a man well qualified to give us an eyewitness account of the Daltons' last ride, the famous raid on Coffeyville, Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. But don't you think we should have an explanation? You see, I wasn't one of the members of the Dalton gang myself. It was just Bob, Grat, and Emmett. I happened to be cousins of mine. They came from a good family, and their mother was one of the finest Christian women I ever knew. But the Daltons went wrong, and on the evening of October the 4th, 1892, they rode into the camp where I was working, where I thought they just happened to be riding through until after chow, when I heard them talking in the bunk.
Well, boys, this is the way we're going to do it. Now, let's all get this. Robbing 2 banks at once, the most important thing is timing it just right.
All right, let's have it, Bob.
Well, about 9:45, we'll all ride up to the hitching post out back of the Condon Bank. Emmett, you and me will walk around in front. Grat,
yeah?
You, Broadwell, and Dick will cross the street to the First National. When you get there, turn around and wait till I wave to you. That'll be the signal, so we'll be entering both banks at the same time.
You ought to time it so we came out together, too. That way there'll be no chance of somebody yelling before both jobs are done.
Right. Everybody got it straight?
Sounds good up to me, doesn't it?
Hey, wait a minute. Looks like your cousin Jack's been listening.
Jackie, how long you been in here?
Oh, maybe just long enough.
Yeah? Well, I don't know how much you heard, kid. But if you're smart, you'll stay away from Coffeyville tomorrow.
Maybe that's for me to decide. Tomorrow's my day off.
Listen, you ride into Coffeyville after I told you not to, Jackie, and I'll kill you. Don't forget that. All right, boys, let's go.
Whoa! Well, howdy there, Mr. Sinclair.
Oh, hello, Jack. Well, you got another day off?
Yeah.
Well, you're in Coffeyville earlier than usual, ain't you? And you've been riding that horse pretty hard. What's your right?
Oh, just anxious to get down here, that's all. Anything going on?
Was you expecting anything to be going on?
Well, no. Just wondered what the news was.
Well, come to think of it, I saw the Dalton boys riding into town a bit ago. They ain't planning any more of the mischief, is they?
I didn't even know they were here. Where'd they go?
Well, they was heading down toward center of town, down by the Condon Bank. Wait a minute. The bank!
Hey, where are you going with that gun?
I'm getting every man in Coffeyville. Them wild cousins of yours come down here for trouble, they're going to find it. The way they rode in here, no telling what's happening at the bank right now. I just hope we can get there in time. Boy, I guess we made it down here just about right. Now, don't anybody take his eyes off that bank. They're in there all right. There's the horses out back. I'll keep low, boy.
It's a wonder we got here in time.
Yeah, I'll keep down. Yeah, back of this shed. Yeah, okay.
Hey, look. There's Bob and Emmett coming out now. Wonder where the other three are.
Well, must be still inside. They'll come out when we open fire on Emmett and Bob. All right, let them have it, boys. Head Emmett off. Hey, he's running for the horses.
Jim or Ed will get him. We got our hands full with Bob.
Hey, look, across the street.
The other three. They're coming out of the Condon. Come on, men.
Holy Jupiter. They're robbing both banks at once. Spread out. Keep firing.
Yeah, we better see the rest of the Daltons now.
Keep down. Keep down.
Heck, there he goes. He's trying to hide in that doorway.
I can't see him anymore.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Hey, they quit shooting.
Yeah, but it might be a trick.
I don't think so. Come on. Let's move up there.
Okay. But careful. Look, there's Grat. Dead.
Another one over here.
It's Dick Powers.
Yeah, there's Broadwell. That's three of them. Better go around to the horses.
Not too fast. Watch it. There's still Emmett and Bob.
Yeah. Bob and Emmett. Yeah, there's your Daltons. Jim, Ed, come out, everybody. We got them. We got them all.
Gosh, it don't seem possible.
Yeah, they tried once too often, that's all.
You know, I still don't see what kept Grat and the others in the Condon so long. They didn't come out till we started firing on Bob and Emmett. You'd think they'd have had this thing timed better.
Well, I can answer that. We just put a new time lock on the ball. They didn't know anything about it. The Daltons came in 3 minutes before the safe could be opened.
That's what they waited for. That's what spoiled their timing.
Yeah, 3 minutes. And it cost them 5 lives.
Yes, that was the end of the famous Dalton gang. But strangely enough, though, everyone thought Emmett was dead. He finally recovered and was the one and only one of the gang to serve a penitentiary sentence. Incidentally, I had a hard time proving that I didn't have anything to do with the holdup. But they finally let me go. Otherwise, I am pretty sure I wouldn't be here tonight to say I was there.
Hey, Joe, did you ever go to a dog race?
Sure, lots of times.
Do you ever win?
Yeah, every time.
Hey, how do you know which dog to bet on?
I don't. I bet on the rabbit.
Ah, Joe, that's goofy.
You know you can't bet on that mechanical rabbit.
Sure, I know it. I'm only kidding. But, Bill, wouldn't you think the dogs would get wiser?
Yeah, you sure would. Because no matter how fast the dog may run, he'll never catch that rabbit.
You're right, you are, Bill, and that's something like the automobile engine trying to catch up with Mobil Oil. No matter how fast or how often they improve the automobile engine, constant improvements keep Mobil Oil out in front. And now the new improved Mobil Oil comes to you with 5 important features. It minimizes lacquer, gum, sludge, and carbon deposits. It affords greater protection against wear, scuffing, and corrosion. It lessens oil drag. It provides low oil and fuel consumption. And mark this point well, because of a new ability to hold oxy products harmlessly suspended that would otherwise deposit on engine parts, improved Mobil Oil cleans while it lubricates. Drive into your Mobil Oil dealer displaying the sign of the Flying Red Horse and have your crankcase filled with improved Mobil Oil, the largest selling motor oil in the world.
War in Spain. In 1936, the unrest of Spanish political life flared into open revolution, and Spain was plunged into a fierce and bloody civil war. Some said it was a grim dress rehearsal for more widespread wars to come. For Italy and Russia and Germany were sending men and machines to demonstrate the new tactics of a new kind of fighting. But for the men and women of Spain, the war was no mere practice maneuver, but a desperate, tragic struggle of interest against interest, faction against faction. And tonight a young woman who was there to witness that struggle is here to tell us of her experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, the former star of Spanish motion pictures, now a Hollywood correspondent for prominent South American newspapers, Miss Cristina Montes.
Thank you. In July of 1936, I was in Madrid making a motion picture. My husband volunteered his services as an air observer to the Loyalist Corps, and our 2-year-old son Pedro was at our home on the island of Mallorca, of the east coast of Spain. And of course I went as soon as I could to see him. It was about 2 days after I arrived when Antonio, our maid, said, "It's so good to have you home, Senorita. I worry when you're not here at Mallorca."
You must not worry, Antonia. Times like these, we must save our mental energies for thinking.
That is not always so easy. Antonia, listen. Do you hear airplanes? Santa Maria, Senorita. Have they come to bomb us?
There would be no reason for that. Mallorca is not held by either side. Go to the window and see if you can see them.
Si, Senorita. But when the airplanes come, it means trouble.
Can you see them?
They are seaplanes, Senorita. They're landing down in the harbor. What are
What is it, Antonia?
Italian. The planes are Italian. They are marked with the fascist emblem.
Italian?
The Italians, Senorita. The Italians are coming.
See, Manuela.
There are thousands of them. Italians and Germans both, with guns and ammunition, by sea and by air. Before anyone knew what is happening, the whole island is theirs.
Oh, Senora, if they should learn about Don Ricardo, if they should learn your husband fly for the Loyalists...
See, that's right.
You must leave Mallorca, Senorita.
We must go quickly. These fascisti will know you're against them.
Manuelo, Antonia, please. We are safer staying quietly here than running like fugitives. Besides, perhaps it is not too late to help save Mallorca.
What do you mean, Senorita?
Manuelo, my husband's radio. The one who used to talk with the mainland. Do you know how to operate it?
Senorita, you wouldn't dare.
Before this is over, we may have to do many things we do not dare. Tonight, we will send word of what has happened by radio.
That night, we sent the message, and then waited quietly, afraid to leave the estate for the next few days. But from friends who came to see us, we heard rumors of what was happening.
The rebels and the fascists control the whole island. They're searching out every loyalist sympathizer on Mallorca.
They have taken over Belvedere Castle and put electrified barbed wire around it and made it a prison.
Each night and morning, you can hear shots coming from Belvedere. Many go there. None ever come back.
What is it?
Manuelo. They have taken Manuelo to Belvedere. Holy Mother, what will happen?
Tony, you must get hold of yourself. They will come here. They will ask questions. You must get hold of yourself. Senorita. Say nothing. Let me do the talking. If I am taken, get a boat. Any kind of a boat. You must get to my husband.
La Donna Cristina Montes Ferry.
Why do you come into my house this way? You have no right.
Silencio. Rames, Harinas, search the place. You have a radio, Dona Montes?
Of course. We listen often.
We do not mean that kind of radio, senor. You have a transmitter?
See? My husband used it for pleasure when he was here.
Why did you send the message to the loyalists?
The message?
Do not pretend.
I do not know what you're talking about.
Reports have been sent to the mainland. You sent them by that radio.
Senor, I am a woman. I know nothing about radios. But if I did, why should I send a message to the loyalists?
The radio is in upstairs room, Capitan.
We will take it.
You're welcome to it, senor. It's of no use to me. Take it and be so kind as to leave. I have to go and care for my son.
Si, Dona Montes Ferry. We will leave now. But you will leave with us. You are a clever actress, senorita. But not quite clever enough.
Next, the prisoner.
La Donna Cristina Montes Ferrer.
Oh, La Donna Ferrer. Hey, we've been watching you. Have a guard take her to Belvedere.
Senor, you cannot do this. I have done nothing, and I have a baby son to care
And
for.
you also have a husband, have you not, senora? Yes. Let me read you from our records. Ricardo Pablo Festere volunteered as loyalist flyer.
Oh, you know that.
See, you want more? Wireless message intercepted. Traced to La Dona Montes Festere. You will go to Belvedere.
A moment later, a young rebel soldier began marching me up the road toward Belvedere. I knew that once those prison gates had closed behind me, I'd never come out again alive. I thought of my husband and my son, and I wondered what I could say to the guard that might make him take pity on me. But he was so young, hardly more than a boy, and being a soldier was almost like a game to him. I'd almost given up hope, and I remembered the deep religious sense of the Spanish people.
Santa Maria, full of grace, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death.
What are you mumbling about?
Huh? I am praying. Am I to be denied the right to do that?
No. Pray if you will. But don't try any tricks.
San Miguel, intercede for this poor sinner. Save him from damnation of soul that must surely be the lot of him who leads an innocent woman to her death.
Move along, woman. Move along.
See, you need not prod me with a gun. Does it bother you so that I pray for you?
I say move along.
I'll go. Santa Maria, I plead for compassion on my tormentors. Have mercy, por Dios. Have mercy. They know not what they do. Blessed Virgin, I ask it. The hour of my death grows near. Save this boy from that awful torment of his soul. He has so long to live with the memory of what he has done.
Have you prayed enough? Why do you go on like that?
We will soon be at Belvedere.
Then pray for yourself. You're the one who will need prayers.
I need prayers. I have no guilt on my hands. It will be you. My death will be swift. At every hour of your life, you live with the memory of what you have done today.
Are you a fool, woman? Around these bends, Belvedere will be in view. Pray for yourself before it is too
Mercy
late.
upon him, Madre de Dios.
Pray for yourself.
He is so young. He has so long yet to suffer.
Silence! Silence! Run. Run. Do you hear me? Run.
What are you saying?
What deal, woman? I'm giving you a chance to escape. Run before I change my mind. Run for your life!
as I could to cross the hillside to our home. Antonia had brought a small boat, and that night, with my baby Pedro, we started out to sea. 3 days later, we were safe on the Loyalist island of Ibiza. And when the war was over, I brought my son Pedro to America, where he could have safety and freedom. But I will never forget the terror of those days of the Spanish Civil War. I was there.
Mobil Gas, America's favorite gasoline, and Mobil Oil, the largest selling motor oil in the world, have presented eyewitness accounts of historic events, dramatized from the experiences of the people who stepped to our microphones in person to say, I was there. But now an important word from Knox Manning.
Would you like to appear as a guest on I Was There to tell of a headline event you have witnessed? If you've had any memorable experience, write to I Was There, Columbia Square, Hollywood, giving full details. If your story has the necessary dramatic qualities, you'll be invited to appear on this program. Meanwhile, be sure to join us again next Sunday night. Until then, on behalf of your Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil dealer, thank you and good night.
I Was There is edited by Everett Tomlinson and produced by Russ Johnson. Original music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That's the way it was on June 8th, 1941. My name is Henry Chop, your host, and I will tell you what we are going to listen to tomorrow night, Monday, June 9th, 1941, in just a little bit. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy content like this and click that bell icon to get notifications as to when a new upload will premiere. That will also get us into that YouTube and Google algorithm. This channel does not qualify for monetization because of the vintage radio, music, and film content that we feature. Because of that, we are asking for your support. We set up 2 links in the expanded description section to this video, one to PayPal and one to GoFundMe. Both are secure. All I see is the amount you contribute and your name, and that's all. If the GoFundMe link is out of date, go to a more recent video or this channel's description for an updated link. These videos take quite a bit of time and research to put together. Thank you in advance. Tomorrow night, we have quite a bit of programs, a Monday. It's some great stuff. We're going to have the Goldbergs again. We did not have one on Friday, so we're going to pick them up again. And then we have Vic and Sade. Captain Midnight makes an appearance again. Lum and Abner, The Adventures of Superman the Lone Ranger, the Lux Radio Theater production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and this stars Bob Hope and, why am I having trouble remembering her name? Carol Lombard. That's who's the other star, Carol Lombard, the actress. And then we have also a salute to Canada Lee, who was an African-American actor, and this has Paul Robeson, Duke Ellington, W.C. Handy, Joe Lewis, and others in it. I don't know who others is, and others in it. It's a pretty good program. And then we will be closing it out with the Cavalcade of America. So we have quite a bit of stuff tomorrow night. I think you will enjoy every program. That's why I do these. But some great stuff tomorrow night. So please come back 8 o'clock Central Time, Central Daylight Savings Time, BOLOVA Boulevard Watch Time. Now, as they used to say back in the olden days. Come back again. My name is Henry Chop, your host. Let's turn off this old tube radio. That's our time machine. Good night. God bless.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this changing world.
Lieberman from Highland Park, Illinois, and he writes, your summer rerun shows are going over like a pregnant pole vaulter.
Oh.
What do you think, Harold?
This guy's a low-grade moron.
Shove your crayon up your nose, pal.
Well, in order to help Mr. Lieberman discover his comedy capacity, here's Dr. Chevy Chase with this simple test.
How can I really know if I'm a humorous person or an average run-of-the-mill I-don't-get-it type? Well, it's often better to find out if you're funny in the privacy of your own home first. Right now, unplug your radio and take it into the bathroom with you. We'll give you 5 seconds to get there. Are you there? Good.
This is my imitation of Elizabeth Taylor, and this is from a scene in Cleopatra where she is, after being presented to Caesar in the rug's rolled out, and she comes out of the rug. And they chat for a while, and then he goes to leave, and she calls him, and it goes something like this. Come back here, you! I haven't dismissed you yet. Get back here, you!
Brian? Brian? Do you have any other movies?
I have another one, Boom. This is when Richard Burton wants to leave the island and get down. She has to, the dogs have to be put in their kennels before he can get off the island. And he's about to leave, and she says to him, come back here, you! I haven't dismissed you yet. I haven't dismissed you.
We're back, and now we come to the all-important part of our competition here in the Miss America pageant 1973. As you know, each girl, from Miss Alabama right on down through Miss Wyoming, will have to answer a series of short questions for our viewers and for the judges. Of course, each of the girls' answers will be judged according to the size of their breasts. And here comes our first contestant now, Miss Indiana, Sophie Paul. Sophie, how do you feel?
Oh, I'm very excited.
Just kidding, Sophie. Now let's get down to the first question. I want you to listen closely and think carefully. Are you ready? Okay. Who was buried in Grant's tomb? That was just to loosen you up, Sophie. We just wanted you to feel a little more at ease here. I could tell you were a little nervous, and of course, that's an old joke. Of course, Grant was buried in Grant's tomb. So let's go on to the first of our important questions, Sophie. We want you to answer with grace and with poise and with dignity, if you please, by simply raising your skirt. Just kidding again, Sophie, trying to get you more at ease. Now, Sophie, here's the question. A man with 3 oranges walks up to a man with 2 apples. He pulls out of his hat 1 orange and throws it at the car next door. The man with the 2 apples looks back at the man with the 2 oranges now and says, where is your orange? The man who once had 3 oranges says,
I don't know.
I don't know. Very good, Mary Ellen. We're very happy to have had you here, and we'll see you after the show. Now, let's move on to our next contestant from Puerto Rico, Mrs. Carla Calla. And isn't she a lovely dark young lady? Carla, how do you feel tonight?
Oh, I feel very wonderful tonight.
Well, Carla, you look just wonderful. And what is that on the top of your head, Carla? Is that hair?
No, that's my crown from my home state.
That's your crown. Well, Carla, this, of course, is a rare occasion for us to have a black contestant on the show. And we just thought we'd bring you here because, well, we want the whole country to see that we do use black people on the show. Okay, Carla? Now, here's your first question. If President Nixon said to you, Carla, I don't like you, tomorrow on the Senate floor in front of thousands of other Negroes, what would you say?
I would say that's okay because I have enough love for both of us.
Well, Carla, you certainly do have enough love for both of us, and I really thank you for being here. And let me just get my hand out of there. Okay, thank you, Carla. Thank you. Okay, Carla Calvin. Now let's get our next contestant down here, and it's Mr. Missouri, Mr. Peter Kala. Peter, how are you? You look just great. How do you feel?
Fine.
Will Captain Bert Wangler be able to repair the tiller and get the pirate Zeppelin out of the garage in downtown Roanoke before Buddy and the Dynamo Boys can ride to Professor Vane and warn him about the mole men and the plan to burn Patsy's pants? We'll have more questions, boys and girls, after we pause to hear these important answers.
Introducing Dear Steve. Hey, Steve-O! I finally installed my car stereo, and it really sounds just great, man. The thing is, though, it only works if I turn on the windshield wipers. Now, I was thinking, Dear Steve, I got a 6-inch speaker in each front door, an 8-inch speaker in each rear door, and 2 6x9s on the rear deck. But my problem is, none of them seem to work. What am I going to do, Steve? Introducing Steve Tiller. Steve works for Pioneer. And if your car stereo has been playing some strange numbers, why not let an installation expert tell you how to handle it? Send your questions to Dear Steve, Pioneer Electronics, Carson, California, 90746. You'll get straight answers, a complete guide to installation written by Steve, and the latest Pioneer catalog. Just in case your problem isn't the installation. Turned it on and just nothing happened, Steve. What am I going to do?
Hey man, what do you need? Incense, paraphernalia, concert kits, roach rings, maybe some velvet posters or original artwork, leather, turquoise jewelry. What are you waiting for? Happy Days Head Center Boutique has it all. Happy Days are here to stay, and the Happy Days Head Center Boutique has all the paraphernalia you need. Because if they don't have it and you need it, they'll get it. Just ask. It's the only head shop in North County. Happy Days Head Center Boutique at 126 Florissant Road in Ferguson. Get what you need, because Happy Days are here to stay.
Now through August 28th, you can get a free Dr. Pepper with every order of a Big Whopper and French fries at Burger King, home of the Whopper. Now serving Dr. Pepper.
Thought I'd move out to Encino, get out where the trees are green, but instead I'm hooked on vino. I'm a wino at 14. Heard how evil drug abuse is, so I switched to alcohol. I get high on Mother Goose's, though it tastes like cherry coke. All my favorite juices, Mother Goose's, sweet potato, sparkling wine. Let's get juiced on Mother Goose's sparkling wine. Nature dumps her sweet potatoes in Mother Goose's sparkling wine. Apple cores and old tomatoes and a dash of turpentine. Now we're having some cold weather. Can't keep sleeping on the street. Gotta get my head together or I'll vomit on my feet. Blood bank opens at 6:30. I'll be standing in
Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. And in this studio, we are very glad to have with us Mr. Craig Baker, the 19-year-old perfect master.
I'm 20 now.
You're 20?
Yeah.
Oh, when were you 20?
Well, I'm a Pisces. I was 20 on February 10th. I'm a cusp, Aquarius, Pisces, around there.
Yes, well, your name is Craig Baker.
Craig Baker, right.
And also in the studio with us, we have Mahatma Mark Carlson.
Right. Old Mark here, we call Kahuna. Kahuna, we call him Kahuna.
Kahuna, yes.
Kahuna Carlson.
Kahuna.
Right. He's my top Mahatma.
Yes, well, we are very glad to hear from him later and see what is all about and happening to us in here. Now, would you please tell me, first of all, I have a number of questions I'd like to ask you.
Yeah.
Is what are the requirements that you must get to be the perfect master, a disciple? What do you do?
Well, not everybody can be a disciple. You have to receive the knowledge
right.
from the guru. And you have to go through like initiation.
Right.
There are 4 things.
Please to tell what they are.
Well, there's the light.
The light.
There's the music.
Right.
There's the word.
The word.
And then there's the nectar.
The nectar.
Right.
Please to describe for our audience here who do not know what they are doing, to tell us what is happening with the 4 things.
Right. Well, first of all, there's the light. Light means sun to us.
Right, yes.
And sun to us means Florida.
Right.
And Florida can only mean one thing.
What is that?
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, yes, very pretty.
Yeah, every Easter, we make a pilgrimage down to Fort Lauderdale, and you have to get arrested for being drunk.
Yes.
And you get one of the shirts like this. You have to bring back one of these.
Oh, yes, that sounds as property of Fort Lauderdale Jail.
Right.
That is what you're wearing now.
Yeah.
Very well cut, I may say.
Yeah, it's a regular work shirt, but it's got the thing stenciled in the back.
Yes, I see that.
And then there's what we call the music.
The music, yes, number 2.
Well, you have to put headphones on and listen to Neil Diamond for 24 hours straight.
Goodness my gracious me. Well, maybe we should hear from Mahatma Mark Carlson.
Okay, tell him, Kahuna.
Oh Christ! Well, the first time, of course, I met him the first time we were down in Champaign-Urbana. Of course, I was going to Northern, and I was a phys ed major, and then of course I went into psych. But I was, of course, into Bee Gees and stuff like that, and I learned so much from him during the summer.
He and I went to a Dylan concert together. Remember?
Yes. You went to the Dylan concert, both of you?
Yeah, we went to Dylan concert. Remember that?
Yeah, Christ, it was
We
fun.
were as close to Dylan as
we were like
as I am to over there, that wall over there.
Right over here to over here.
That close to
we
Dylan.
We could see him so close up.
But he's not a performer like.
He's not a showman though.
He's not like Neil Diamond.
He's
not a performer like Neil Diamond.
He doesn't really compare to Neil Diamond in any way.
No.
Well, that is very interesting. But please to tell me, what is the number 3 on your list, please?
Well, that's called the word.
Yeah, word is one of the most important things that we learn, of course.
The word is my sayings. What I say.
You tell us some of these things.
Well, I don't want to give it. Well, I'll give it away. If you drink, don't drive.
Yes.
If you siphon, don't swallow.
Oh goodness me, my gracious me, that is wonderful. Please to tell us what else, what kind of thing that you go through to do in your spare time. For instance, do you have a summer job or anything? May I ask Mahatma?
Well, in the summer, of course, my dad has a hardware store, and I make the keys.
That is very interesting. Yes, you make the keys.
Well, he won't let me do the other stuff because, like, one day I took all the plungers and I epoxied them to the ceiling, and he came in and he was real peeled.
Yeah. I remember the time we drove all the way to Madison. Remember that night?
Oh, man, we didn't even stop.
I drove all the way.
He was driving with his feet half the time.
I didn't know what we were doing.
Craig was driving on the wrong side of the road, so he would stay out.
Yeah, he would stay away.
He has a Vega with a sunroof,
That sounds very good to me.
We were putting away old Fall Flat beer.
Fall Flat, yeah. Of course, we call Falstaff Fall Flat.
Right.
We finally got into Madison about 5:30 in the morning, and we just wrecked out on the sidewalk. Remember that?
We went over to the Rat.
A Rat? Oh yeah, and then you dragged me over there.
We went over to the Rat.
That's where you met that. We went to that pig party.
We were pulling an all-nighter. That was about the 3rd all-nighter we were pulling.
Please to tell, what is all-nighter? What does that do?
Well, I'll give you one of 2 things. Either you're studying all night, or else you're I won't say
yes,
it,
Let me say,
do
you spend any time with women during this period of enlightenment?
Well, sometimes we go try to pick up girls over at the assembly hall. They had remember that show they had, Buffalo Bob was there?
Oh, yeah, Buffalo Bob, right.
And we went to see Buffalo Bob, and, we saw some girls there. We asked them to go over to the house of Chin,
you know, and get something to
Yes,
drink.
does of the Mr.
I
Mahatma.
want some beer.
Oh,
Oh, he's got it out. Hey, hand me one of those. Hand me the other one.
You only go around once in life, man. This is the nectar. Mark and I drink the nectar all the time.
This is the nectar,
This
boy.
is the fourth thing you have to do. You have to chug this thing down. This is great.
I can't even put this down, boy. I tell you.
I spilled a little beer on myself.
Hey, Craig, why don't you do a miracle for him when you taught me?
Well, this is a jar with a top on it.
yes,
And
very
inside of it, we went up to Wisconsin last weekend, and we got a
My dad's
toad.
got a house up there. We got a boat.
Yeah, we got a toad, and we put it in a bottle. And
A
it can't
toad?
breathe.
You mean a,
because there are no
frog?
holes
You
in it.
mean a toad?
And we're taking this pen. You know, it's a toad.
What kind of pen is that? What?
This is a, well, I'm not going to say the name. It's a big pen.
It's a big pen,
And
yes.
we're going to, now, this toad needs air.
That's right, yes.
Okay, now watch this. Wait a minute, wait.
Goodness
There,
me.
there's one.
Goodness me, what? There goes a hole.
Uh-oh, there's a toad.
Well, he doesn't look very lively to me.
Oh, I don't think he's alive.
But wait a minute, how many weeks ago did you catch him?
Well, about 4 days ago.
And there was never a hole until now.
No,
Well, what do you want? He's probably dead.
well, he's probably dead. Wait a minute, look. Now, you see the pen still writes.
Very good, it's still right. I can't believe it. What does that say there?
That just says, that says Craig. Craig Baker.
Hey, let's try a chug one. You know, see who wins this contest, boy.
Oh, we gonna chug it?
We're gonna do another miracle for you.
Okay.
We're gonna chug a lug.
Okay, ready?
I'm pleased to watch you now. 1 second.
Okay, ready?
Okay, here we go, Craig.
Ready?
1, 2, 3. Oh, Christ, man. Gosh.
Who won?
I think you won.
I
Let's
won.
try another fast one. Let's try another fast one.
Please to go on here. What is happening here? Try to...
Come on, yeah.
Oh, let's go, man. Let's do another one.
Okay. Good.
What is that? What is that?
Hose.
What is that? That sounds like you're training an elephant or something.
Hose. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, gosh. Christ, man. That was a good one. I think you won, though.
I won.
I don't know who won. It's very interesting, though.
I won.
What is that? Please to tell me, what is your hose?
I'm gonna get a hose tonight.
I don't know what is going here. What?
Remember, Mark, what was his name? Mark Lieberman used to come in, and we used to put Drano in his underwear.
That was Glenn Johnson.
Glenn Johnson?
That's who that was.
was Glenn Johnson.
Remember we went up to that
Oh.
water tower? We went up on top of this water tower, you know?
Right,
And we weren't going to paint our names or anything on
No.
the water tower. But when we got up there...
There
now
it
this is
was.
what- there it was. The paint was right there. I mean, what are you going to do if you go up there and
You got the paint, you gotta use
You
it.
got the paint up there. We didn't have to carry it, so we painted
I
our
wrote
initials.
teak on one side.
He wrote, that's when he was in teak, he wrote
I was
teak.
in teak when I wrote teak.
Well, I don't know what is the tower.
They painted it over in a couple of days, so you couldn't see them after a
Is
while.
there- What did you write on your side of that?
Oh, my initials. CB. Craig Baker.
I just want to say, before I go, is there anything else that you want to say before
Well,
we leave?
I think Mark has a lot to be grateful for. And
I would
thankful
say right
for.
away, I just want to thank this man over here, because he's really showed me Nivea.
Tell him, Kona.
You have a saying that you told me. Each day you end with a saying that you like
Oh,
to
I
say.
have a saying. Never kiss aluminum doors in the wintertime,
Thank you very much.
because your lips will stick to the door. I did that with a sled one time. I was going down the hill, and my lips touched the sled, the metal, and it tore away my skin on my lip.
Well, this has been very nice to talk to you, and I'm very sorry, Mr. Toad.
I'm a little plowed right now.
Oh, yeah, I am too.
more important commercial messages right after we take a time out to listen to our old friend Giselle McKenzie, who just did something with 3 pounds of lard and a used garden hose that every modern homemaker will want to try.
Hi there, boys and girls. This is Doug Kenny from the National Lampoon. And I'm cutting class here in the girls' room to tell you about something really extra special, super terrific. What it is the National Lampoon's new 1964 high school yearbook parody. It's kind of like this incredible blast from the past with hundreds of funny pictures and hall passes and fire drills and fake IDs and cafeteria food. And even your own high school diploma. Sound like fun? Well, you bet it is, kids. No kidding. Each National Lampoon high school yearbook parody has 148 pages of feel-ups and peel-outs and make-outs and fake-outs just for you. Yeah, all right, I'll be right up. Anyway, it's hours of under-the-covers reading fun, and you can get one now at your local newsstands for less than you'd pay for 8 or 9 pounds of Clearasil. Well, I gotta go now, but remember, all you skags and drags, the National Lampoon 1964 high school yearbook. Just look for the cheeky cheerleader on the cover. It's really gross. All right, I'm coming.
Nobody likes to get ripped off. But it happens all the time, so you learn to be careful about where you shop. That's why you should discover the Red Baron in Kirkwood. It's no rip-off. The Red Baron carries the clothes you want to wear, your favorite Western and denim styles, and those cool casual imports from India. They also carry all your favorite paraphernalia and beautiful turquoise Indian jewelry. The Red Baron is the only trader in town, so you get the best pieces of handcrafted American Indian jewelry. Sterling silver with genuine turquoise at prices that are hard to beat. Come in to the Red Baron in Kirkwood and compare their prices with other so-called 50% off sales. You'll be convinced that the Red Baron is no rip-off. Whether you're looking for Western clothes, imports, paraphernalia, turquoise, or just looking, drop by the Red Baron between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. The Red Baron, 118 North Kirkwood, 1 mile south of Manchester. You'll discover it's your kind of store.
Contributing to tonight's show, Bob Tischler, John Belushi, Polly Beer, Chevy Chase, George Coe, Rhonda Coulee, Brian Doyle Murray, Christopher Guest, Janice Hirsch, Judy Jacklin, Bruce McCall, Brian McConaughey, Bob Michelson, Harold Ramis, Norman Rose, Ed Sabitsky, Jerry Terheiden, Vernon Taff, and Richie Vitucci. For the past year, we've had a lot of fun at the expense of Richard Nixon. But now, with Nixon out and Ford in, we realize that enough is enough. It wouldn't be hard to satirize a man who played football without a helmet, a man who Lyndon Johnson said can't walk and chew gum at the same time. We're not going to do that.
John, how about he's so dumb he kept asking Carl Albert what his last name was?
Oh, well, wait, he heard the name Earl Butts and he said he does?
Did you hear he wanted to replace the Speaker of the House with quadraphonic sound?
John,
yeah.
could you just finish the show, please?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, one more, John. A reporter asked him if he could do 100 laps in the swimming pool. He said, no, after 20 laps, my tongue gets tired.
Okay, listen, the situation portrayed on this show are fictitious, as are its characterizations. Tonight's show is brought to you by Pioneer Car Stereo. Hey, why don't we write the jokes down like they're doing Dick Van Dyke?
K-A-D-I, St. Louis.
Hotels, Mr. President, and you can't put 6 hotels on any single property. It says so right in the rules.
Fred, Chuck?
BB, the way we read the rules, the president must put 6 hotels on Boardwalk to defend himself financially against your wheeling and dealing.
But but all I own is Baltic Avenue, and the rent's only $2.
It isn't the president's fault, BB, if you can't handle your own financial affairs.
I'd like to remind you, BB, that everybody starts out even in the great game of Monopoly. The president shouldn't be penalized just because he's been able to establish, through hard work, a reasonable degree of security. Your move, Mr. President.
Put those 6 hotels on Boardwalk, baby. There. Now my turn again. It says, pay luxury tax on all your properties.
Well, Mr. President, looks like they caught up with you this time.
You'd love to see Nixon kicked around a bit, wouldn't you, baby? Well, I'm going to have to disappoint you. Fred, Chuck?
This tax, in our opinion, doesn't apply to the president because all his property is under the name of Richard Nixon, and he's playing this game as the president of the United States.
But let's not wallow in trivial matters, baby. I think it's now your turn to...
And now, the National Lampoon Radio Hour, brought to you by Decorder. Tape recorders created by the world's most advanced audio technology, presents a salute to the new school year with...
Another page from High School Confidential. Yes, actual case histories drawn from the permanent records of C. Estes Kefauver Memorial High. And starring John Belushi, Holly Beer, Chevy Chase, Brian Doyle Murray, Bob Dryden, Nate Herman, Janice Hirsch, Judy Jacklin, Paul Jacobs, Doug Kenny, Jim McCann, Bob Michelson, Emily Prager, Ellen Shapiro, P.J. O'Rourke, Larry Shapiro, Betty Stam, Vernon Taft, Bob Tischler, John Wall. And introducing tonight's case, High School Confidential welcomes Silo County Juvenile Police Commissioner Thornton B. Fingerhoof. Chief Fingerhoof.
The story which you're about to hear is true. Some of you as parents may be angered, even shocked by it. Nevertheless, the willful and criminal abuse of normal bodily functions has posed a threat to American young people since the earliest beginnings of modern crime fighting. Tonight's chapter, which I call The Case of the Mad Vandal, is such a story. You hear that?
I was making my usual rounds between classes, and as I walked the halls at Kefauver High one last time, pacing off the 4 years spent working my way up from freshman hall monitor, it still seemed like a good beat. A little quiet, maybe, but I wasn't complaining. In my game, it's unlucky. Anyway, some punk rookie'd be wearing this safety patrol badge soon enough, so I figured I'd drop by Miss Truck's third period hygiene class to grab a nap.
I'm gonna light one. I'm gonna light this one. All right, you animals. Right here. Settle down. Come on, tan it. Much better. Now, class, open your books and turn to chapter 38, called The Disgusting Miracle of Digestion. Chuck, advance to your seat, collect your detentions, and tell me what a carbohydrate is.
A carbohydrate? Of course, from our reading last night. You did say a carbohydrate, right? A carbohydrate is,
Not so. Make that 3 detentions. How about you, Moose?
Huh? Oh, yeah. A carbohydrate is the thing that mixes your hydros with your carbos so that your car goes.
I said all right. Come on, you morons. Babs?
Well, a caramel hydrant is like, Oh, yeah. You know how you get all white and wrinkly when you're in the bathtub too long? Well, my big brother, he once fell asleep in there, and he got so caramel hydrated he looked like a big white raisin.
I know!
I know. Me, Mr.
Yes, Wallace.
Well, as anyone who did the reading would know, a carbohydrate is a substance which provides heat and stored energy and is found in fatty foods, ham hocks, oleomargarine, bacon grease, pig's knuckles, cow's intestines,
That's
green
fine,
kidneys,
Wallace.
fresh tripe, spam, fricasseed dog's kneecaps, spoiled cow.
Now, class, open your workbooks to page 53. I almost forgot to assign your homework.
Homework? I got wrestling practice.
Do all the exercises on page 53, A, B, C, and all of D on 54, plus the even numbers on 55 and odds on 56, plus all on 66.
It was a pretty routine class, and special announcements from Principal Cornholt were pretty routine, too.
72, 73, 74, 75.
Good morning, students. The quotation for today is, "There is no frigate like a book." Yeah, what does that have to do with me, you may be saying to yourself? Or, for that matter, what's a frigate? Well, let me answer that by... Hey, what? Who's there? Hey, look, you can't come in here.
And from the PA, there came the thud of a blackjack and the thump of somebody's back pockets kissing the floor.
This is the principal's office.
Lock those lockers. Guard your bikes. No one knows where the mad vandal strikes.
Suddenly, someone called a fire drill, and the room emptied like a sick litter bag. As I strapped on my badge, I had a funny feeling this was a job for Chuck Farley, Safety Patrol.
The National Lampoon Radio Hour will continue with the case of the Mad Vandal right after this brief word from our sponsor. Oh, High School Confidential Part 2.
I shoved my way down the jammed hallway, hung a louie at the drinking fountain, and headed for the principal's office. Blocking his door was the janitor, Mr. McColostomy, looking like he'd just hatched a hot rivet.
No go in, inside, Tui, in there, no go.
Now just settle down, Mr. McColostomy. What seems to be the trouble?
No go in, Tui, unclean, in there to make you throw up. No go in, no go.
I brushed by the old man and entered Cornholt's office. McColostomy had been right. As I wrestled down my Oreos, I got a good look at the Mad Vandal's calling card. The whole office had been criminally defaced with what my patrolman's oath and FCC regulations can only describe as human waste. Filth. Buckets of it. Gobs on the walls, smears on the windows, foul four-letter words on the doors, and some not-so-funny cartoons on the blinds. It wasn't a pretty sight. And neither was Mr. Cornholt. He'd been bound, gagged, tied to his chair, and stuffed in a wastebasket.
Police! Get me the police!
It's all right, sir. It's Chuck Farley, Safety Patrol.
I don't care if you're a junior G-man. Just get me untied.
Well, perhaps you could tell me what happened, sir.
What happened? What happened?
Quite an echo you got in here, sir. Maybe you insulate.
I'll tell you what happened, Farley. There I was telling the school about books and frigates. When someone comes up behind me and ow!
That's quite a lump you've got there, sir.
You really think so? Well, that's nothing compared to when I was... Oh, yes. Look at my office. Look at this...
Filth, sir?
Filth. Farley, you can march right back out there and tell your classmates that until this...
Disgusting vandal, sir?
That's it. Disgusting vandal is caught and expelled, they can just forget about their big senior prom.
The prom, sir? But...
No buts about it, Farley. It's time somebody put their foot down around here, and that foot is me.
I left Cornholt's office with a lead Twinkie in my gut. If he canceled the big prom, Kefauver's school spirit would drop like a corpse. And that's one thing you get pretty skimpy portions of in this big cockeyed cafeteria. Call me sentimental, but make sure you raise your hand first.
In the next few days, Kefauver High became the scene of a wave of vandalism that terrorized the entire school.
Oh, no. Peanut butter and jelly again? Want to trade for something in your lunchbox?
Well, let's see. All I got's this big gob of chocolate pudding here.
Hurry up, Babs, or we'll be late for French.
I am. I think my books are on top of my locker.
Thus we see, boys and girls, that by heating the substance in this test tube and then letting it cool, a distinctive brownish substance is formed that... brownish? Uh-oh!
Excuse me, Miss Baxter. Did you grade our art projects yet?
Why, yes, Ted. And your finger painting was definitely A work.
Finger painting? I turned in a model of a pirate ship.
What?
Hey, Moose, I sort of got a confession to make.
What?
Well, it was me that took that baby Ruth out of your desk.
Baby Ruth? I didn't have no Baby Ruth in my desk.
And every time, that same twisted laugh.
Greetings from Santa, direct from these speakers. I've left something nice in each of your sneakers.
Our school spirit shattered. The fiend turned student against student.
Oh, there goes that stuck-up Chuck Farley in Babs. Boy, she sure is pretty in her cheerleading uniform, short skirt, boots, and whip, and swastikas and everything. I bet she'd never go to the prom with me, because my face is all covered with these darn...
Zitz!
Yeah, I know I should lay off the sweets, but
I'm talking to you, Zitz. You crummy little fink.
Huh?
You tell Cornhole I was the med... What do you call that guy?
Vandal?
Vandal, that's it.
No, Moose, what happened is Mr. Cornhole said the mad vandal must have been real tall to mess up his ceiling like that. And I said, well, whoever he is, he better not meet my pal Moose Pudzinski, because he's over 7'6".
You lousy punk! You want a mouth full of bloody chiclets?
Oh, thanks, but I got a Twinkie in my lunchbox.
Oh, give me it. And give me your milk money, too.
Oh, come on, Moose, how come you're always picking on me?
Because I like you. You remind me of my dog.
I do?
Yeah, he died. Now, gimme. My Chevy needs a new carbohydrate. Come on.
Moose, Zitz, what's going on here?
Oh, Moose is always beating on me, giving me noogies and Indian burns and pink bellies and stuff.
That's not nice, Moose. But you know, Zitz, you are kind of flaky.
Yeah, I know. I guess I'm always trying to be different.
Nonconformity's fine, up to a point, Zitz, but a class is only as strong as its weakest link.
Well, in Moose here's got to be a missing link or something. I give!
Boys, I know losing our big prom's got everybody's school spirit down, but that's no reason to behave like vandals ourselves. Now, Moose, put Zitz down and let him try on your football helmet to say you're sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just hacking around anyway. Here, you can try on my helmet.
Oh, geez, thanks, Moose. Hey, there's something in...
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, boys and girls, this is Doug Kenny.
And P.J. O'Rourke from the National Lampoon.
Saying it's never too early to start your Christmas shopping for that Dippy Dingleberry in your home, right, Peach?
No lie, Doug. That's why we recommend the National Lampoon 1964 High School Yearbook Parody.
The what?
The National Lampoon 1964 High School Yearbook Parody.
Say, you mean that special 148-page parody on sale at newsstands everywhere with all the new material, including report card, detention slip, newspaper, literary magazine, cootie catcher, and diploma, plus big generous hits of traditional National Lampoon porno filth and bad taste?
That's the one, Doug. Yes, dads and lads, the National Lampoon's 1964 High School Yearbook Parody's second big printing is on sale now.
The National Lampoon 1964 High School Yearbook Parody. Just look for the bottomless booster on the cover.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly.
No, that's boughs of, not bowels. Boughs of holly.
Dr. Pepper, sing along with me. The misunderstood, oh, beautiful. It tastes different. Oh, I love it, I love it. Millions of people love the difference of Dr. Pepper. That really sounds beautiful.
Hey, man, what do you need? Incense, paraphernalia, concert kits, roach rings, maybe some velvet posters or original artwork, leather, turquoise jewelry. What are you waiting for? Happy Days Head Center Boutique has it all. Happy Days are here to stay, and the Happy Days Head Center Boutique has all the paraphernalia you need. Because if they don't have it and you need it, they'll get it. Just ask. It's the only head shop in North County. Happy Days Head Center Boutique at 126 Florissant Road in Ferguson. Get what you need, because Happy Days are here to stay.
Coach Wormer always said to come to him with our problems, so I slipped on some sweatpants to pump him for a lead.
Lead? Of course you got a lead, son. Can't win a race sitting on your duff, boy. Track builds leadership.
Quite right, Mr. Wormer, sir, but...
Strong bodies, too. You know these muscles you got back here, boy?
Back there, sir?
That's where your power is, son. In those thighs and buttocks.
But
no buts about it, boy. Thighs and buttocks. Buttocks and thighs. Look, Farley, why don't you throw away that sissy badge and come out for the team? Here, now feel these pecs.
Sir?
Come on, it won't bite you. Hard as rocks, right?
And getting harder, sir.
Now, feel down here.
But seriously, Mr. Wormer, sir, have you any idea who this
pervert?
This pervert might be, sir?
Don't ask me. Ask that dumbbell janitor in Michelostomy. He been here for years. He knows about perverts. No power in his thighs or buttocks, though. You got great potential in those thighs and buttocks, Farley. I could do a lot with them, Farley.
I'm sure you could, sir.
Come here, feel
Sorry,
this, Farley.
I have to run, sir.
Feel over here. Feel down here, Farley. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I feel myself, and I feel good.
I took his tip and called on the janitor, who was busy putting lingerie on the boiler.
Oh, you must have been the beautiful boiler. You must have been the
Mr. McClostomy.
Ow! Why you don't knock? Such a that crazy vandalizer. Oh.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you, Mr. McClostomy.
Talk? You want talk me colostomy? Nobody talk me colostomy. Only mop floors, empty garbage. Me colostomy old dum-dum. Good only clean up after bed, two-doodler. Like 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
Ah.
You mean Kefauver had a mad vandal back in, let's see, it's 1974.
That's
minus 50 would be
1934.
34, no, 24, right?
Right. I got 34.
24.
1924, yeah.
A mad vandal back in 1924.
Ah, same mess, same diet, everything.
On a hunch, I went to the school library for a copy of the 1924 Kefauver yearbook, but a volume was missing, and 1,924 guesses which one. The dame at the desk said it had been checked out by one Miss Diesel Truck, the hygiene teacher. Miss Truck was also the girls' swim coach, and I knew a babe with a baton, a 38 chest, and a great average to match that owed me a few favors.
When I have a brand new hairdo and my eyelashes all in curls, I float like the clouds on hairdo. Girls' joy on sweating a girl.
Say, Babs.
Not now, Chucky. I'm trying to catch the... Ow!
I brought her to, noticing, as usual, a mouth better for looking at than listening to.
Oh, Chucky, you made me miss it.
You said that last month.
No, the baton, silly. Ow, my head.
That's quite a lump you got there.
You're packing a mean pup tent yourself, Chucky.
That's a slide rule.
You're after something.
Just some information. Miss Truck likes you girls, right?
Yeah, a little too much. The swim team says she sneaks smells with their bathing caps. Oh, Chucky, what are we going to do if Mr. Cornholt cancels the big prom?
Get that lump looked after for starters. But seriously, Babs, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go down to Mr. Truck's office and ring the mad
What?
vandal.
Speak up, Chucky. I can't hear you.
So, Babs, you want to join the swim team, eh? Think you're a man enough?
Well, I do a lot of twirling.
I don't doubt it, but swimming is another matter, young lady. You need taut calves, firm thighs, tight buttocks.
Ow, that hurts.
Now, my water babies are crybabies.
I'm turning all purple, Miss Truck.
Better to see you in the pool, my dear. Now, come along into my office and let's try on some bathing caps.
Oh.
After giving Babs the scam, I was going to the cafeteria for warm milk and a cold burger when suddenly I heard a scream. It came from the boiler room, and when I got there and looked up, I saw the problem. The ceiling was covered in duck prints, big brown duck prints. I raced for the pool, but when I got there, Babs was gone. And that's when somebody behind the door decided to turn out the lights.
Ow!
There you are, Babs. That swimsuit fits you like a glove.
Actually, I think it is a glove, Miss Truck. There's a matching rubber one over there in the jacuzzi.
Silly me. I thought it was a little snug. You know, Babs, it's quite remarkable how swimwear styles have changed. Why, just look at the photos in this old yearbook. See how the fabric binds and bunches along the thighs.
Oh, yes, I see that, Miss Truck. Say, do you suppose I could borrow this yearbook to brush up on my swimwear?
That's the spirit, Babs. Now let's knock off a few laps to celebrate.
I don't think I should, Miss Truck, until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Thursday.
Oh!
Well, Miss Truck, what's wrong?
There, floating by the edge of the pool.
Looks like it.
Smells like it.
Tastes like it.
Sure glad we didn't swim in it. Oh!
I can't even... Stand back. We're draining the pool now. It won't bite you.
I came to with a head that felt like it had been molded out of Play-Doh and Mr. Cornholt's voice in my ears. And the way it sounded didn't sound good.
All right, Mose, Zitz, get him to his feet. Farley, look alive.
Ow! Oh, hi, Mr. Cornholt. What's going on? What happened?
That's what we'd like to know, Farley.
Yeah, Farley, you vandalizer, you. Oh, come on, guys. Surely you don't think that I'm the...
As I looked around at my classmates, I got a row of stairs I'd last seen at Benson's Fish Market.
Come on, let's pants.
Yeah, pants.
Give him a big belly.
An engine burn.
Give him a wet willy.
A wet willy.
The crowd was turning ugly, and I had to think
Now,
fast.
hold on a minute, everybody. The guy who put the vandalism in the pool also covered Mr. McColostomy's ceiling with big brown duck prints. Why, I'd have to have feet like a duck and be able to walk on the ceiling as easily as I'm walking now.
I glanced down at my feet, and my blood froze. They were covered with large rubber swim fins, and what they were covered with didn't seem like a topic for polite discussion.
But I'm innocent. I can explain.
Yes, sure.
Babs, tell him.
Tell it to student court, young man. But for the meantime, you're suspended from the safety patrol. Farley, you better clear out your locker.
Let's pants him.
Hey, babies, the National Lampoon Radio Hour will be right back after this very imported mucilage.
If you have a creative urge to record the sound of today, you know that you need a professional 4-channel tape deck. You also need a lot of money, right? Wrong. Not anymore. You can buy the famous Docorder 7140, complete with multiple track synchronization, for less than $630, or about half of what you'd expect to pay for any other tape deck with its features. The August issue of Stereo Review stated, "The Docorder 7140 manages to deliver more honest performance and total versatility than we have seen in any other comparably priced machine." And FM Guide said, "The built-in echo effect of the Docorder 7140 has to be heard to be believed." That's the 4-channel tape deck that has everything you've dreamed of for a price you can live with. Test the Docorder 7140 at your nearest Docorder hi-fi dealer in your neighborhood.
Legitimate Broadway theater lives in St. Louis. This season, see Bette Davis in Miss Muffet, Neil Simon's The Sunshine Boys, and Lynn Redgrave in My Fat Friend. Join playgoers now and see them all. Call 241-1616.
As I started to clean out my locker. All those years as a gym shoe for the safety patrol, and what did I have to show for it? A frayed binder, a tin badge, and milk money. Funny. Funny as a carload of dead ideals with a U-Haul full of dying hopes. Well, maybe they're right after all. Maybe school spirit is a sucker's bet. A lot it did for me. Thanks a lot, Siestas Kefauver Memorial High. Thanks for nothing.
Look into your locker. Tell me what do you see? It's a gleaming, steaming pile of pollution. Find yours intestinally. It's a product of a silly, twisted lad with a lack of taste. It's a space-consuming pile of human waste. And you know that the crap has been here and gone. Left his mark and moved along. Passing out samples of what he's got ample supplies of. Ain't it such a surprise, love, to reach into your briefcase in the middle of history? You just can't understand what it's doing in your hand, but what it is ain't no mystery. Congratulations, 'cause you're the winner of last night's dinner, completely digested and digested. You've been invested by the bad Mr. C, and you know that the crap has been here and gone. Let this rocket and move along, and it's rocking and rolling right out of the corner to you. And the crap has been here and gone. Let this rocket and move along, and it's rocking and rolling right out of the corner to you. Rocking and rolling right out of the corner to you. And you know that it's rocking and rolling right out of the corner to you.
What's that, boys and girls? Has Chuck Farley's Safety Patrol really lost his school spirit? Has Babs really deserted him? And what about that mysterious 1924 yearbook? Tune in next week when the National Lampoon Radio Hour brings you the thrilling conclusion to High School Confidential's The Case of the Mad Vandal.
The National Lampoon Radio Hour has been brought to you by Docorder, tape recorders created by the world's most advanced audio technology.
K-A-B-I, St. Louis.
The World This Week. I'm Alan Jackson, CBS News, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The emphasis for the United States this week was on its Atlantic ties, with the President and his Secretary of State meeting with NATO representatives in Brussels and with Spanish officials in Madrid before going on to Salzburg this morning to begin a review of the Middle East. White House correspondent Phil Jones, accompanying the President, reports on the objectives and findings so far.
The President came to Europe this week with the idea that he had to convince America's allies in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that the U.S. still had the will to stand by defense commitments even after the Vietnam nightmare. He found that reassurance wasn't necessary. The President carefully and indirectly criticized France and Greece for what he called partial participation in NATO. But the final communique from the summer NATO meetings did not follow up on the American President's criticism. The President's Secretary of State warned that a communist government in Portugal would be incompatible with the NATO organization, which was established 26 years ago to fight the spread of communism in Europe. In the end, there was not much more than talk. Nothing had been done to change the effectiveness of NATO, but Mr. Ford said he found the tone and content of all his meetings, NATO and bilateral, encouraging. Then on to Spain, where the announced intention was to help ease tensions that are building against air and Navy facilities on Spanish territory. But the President and Spanish leaders avoided direct negotiations on extending the base leases which expire this fall. Although the President went to Brussels and Spain to talk about Europe, he found that most of the European leaders were as anxious about the Mideast as they were NATO and American relations. The overall impression President Ford received was that economic, political, and defense conditions are a little shaky in Europe, but without a settlement of the Mideast, things will get a lot worse.
President Ford himself in Brussels indicated a sense of urgency in getting the Middle East negotiations off of dead center.
We did reemphasize that our objective in the Middle East was peace, that we could not tolerate stagnation or a stalemate. We felt that movement was essential, and the recommendations that I do make sometime the latter part of June, early July, will be a position of movement aimed at the objective of a secure peace in the Middle East.
Egypt's President Sadat, on his way to Salzburg, said he was going there with an open mind and an open heart, but convinced that progress toward a settlement must be made at the talks today and tomorrow.
It is a very important meeting in such a very crucial moment. I shall be very eager to know what the result of the reassessment of the American policy in the area is, and a lot of things.
Then there is the other Middle East problem, that ticklish situation in Lebanon, something of an offshoot from the main Arab-Israeli conflict. Don Webster explains in this report from Beirut.
The conflict in the government is in many ways Christian versus Muslim, but that's an oversimplification. Perhaps half the country is ethnic Lebanese, Christian, not Arabs, and many of those people regard the Palestinian commandos who base themselves here as intruders. But the Muslim sects of the country, and of course the Palestinians themselves, want Lebanon to become more deeply involved in the Middle East conflict, and that is the problem. In the middle of the week, it looked like the fighting might be over. A new prime minister was appointed. But in the past 24 hours or so, the crisis has heated up again. Kidnappings, bomb explosions, and people generally staying home rather than taking the risk of venturing out. At the moment, the critical question concerns the makeup of the cabinet the new prime minister will appoint, whether it will include the Phalangists, a party that wishes the Palestinians would simply leave. It may be a few more days before the names of the new cabinet ministers are appointed. But when it happens, one political faction or another may well be unhappy, and still more trouble may occur.
There was a start, at least this week, toward a settlement of another long, smoldering Mediterranean dispute, the conflict between Turkish and Greek residents of the island of Cyprus. For the first time since 1967, the premiers of Turkey and Greece met to review that situation and were even pictured smiling and shaking hands. Greek Premier Karamanlis said the fact of the meeting itself is progress to the extent that it helps to reduce tensions. In the background of this week's NATO meeting were nagging doubts about the future stability of one of the NATO partners, Portugal, now that Portuguese communists are taking an active, if not dominant, role in the government. Canada's Premier Trudeau met privately with the Portuguese Prime Minister to explore the situation.
I was reassured. I was reassured also by what he told me in our private meeting yesterday. It seemed quite clear that they had no intention of having any agonizing reappraisal of NATO and their adherence to, thereto. If anything, I was a bit surprised at the candor and directness with which he made that quite clear.
The matter of international economics was also under intensive review this week in Paris, where Secretary Kissinger met with oil-consuming nations and asked oil producers to join in setting up a major economic aid program for the poor countries caught between the energy crisis and global recession.
They now bear a double burden of higher prices for imported energy, food, fertilizer, and industrial goods, and of reduced export earnings due to worldwide recession. We therefore support the creation by 1976 of a special trust fund of up to $2 billion under the IMF.
As for the U.S. economy, President Ford this week added another $1 tariff on imported oil. It'll mean a rise in the retail price of gasoline of about $0.015 a gallon. And the country's leading economic indicators showed a significant jump, up 4% in the month of April. A strong indication that the recession, if it hasn't ended, is at least bottoming out with promising prospects for the months ahead. Treasury Secretary Simon at that economic meeting in Paris was heartened by the change.
I'm happy to say that from all indications, the U.S. economy is now at or past the bottom of its recession. Consumers have gained some confidence from the sharp reduction in inflation rates, although the inflation threat has by no means been eliminated.
And there's the problem of high unemployment. More than 140 major American cities now have unemployment rates of higher than 6%, many of them a good deal higher. The national figure is close to 9%. Most of the country's major metropolitan areas are having their own budgetary problems, with more than a few struggling simply to avoid bankruptcy. The plight of the so-called Big Apple, New York City, only emphasizes this. The city's mayor, Abe Beame, this week announced plans to cut from city payrolls more people than many towns have in their entire populations.
Because I have no recourse at this point, I have ordered the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Personnel to detail for me as soon as possible the awesome schedule to eliminate 38,000 jobs by June 30th. This is in addition to the 3,000 layoffs that are now being processed in accordance with the austerity level budget, and the 10,800 other jobs in non-mayoral agencies still to be eliminated.
And even when those additional jobs are eliminated, New York City's budget will still be in the red. The World This Week has been produced by Harry Poloshin. I'm Alan Jackson, CBS News.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight's story is a comedy with Andy Griffith as your host. Here's a preview.
Where's Vietnam?
It's right next door to Thailand, where my girlfriend Siri came from.
This is the lady from Bangkok, the one you almost married?
Right. Say, man, you got a good memory. Yes, Siri Crit, I really cared a lot for that woman.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Here's a message from your Kidney Foundation.
Have you ever stood in line, my friend? Not for hours, but for years on end. Not waiting for a ticket for a show you want to see, but just for the chance to live life normally. Waiting for the gift of life. Pass it on, pass it on. Give the gift of life. Pass it on, pass it on. Somewhere someone depends on you. You can give the gift of life and help someone who depends on you by becoming an organ donor. You can sign a special line on your driver's license or get an organ donor card from your Kidney Foundation. A moment to sign could mean a lifetime to others. Remember, we're talking about life. Pass it on, pass it on. Give the gift of life. Pass it on, pass it on. Somewhere someone depends on you.
This is Andy Griffith. Listen.
All right, up and at 'em. Ungrip them pillars. Come on, off and on. Off your bunks and on your feet. All right, let's hit it. Formation in 5 minutes.
The time is the recent past, and the story is about a man, a soldier named Steele. Or rather, it's the story of a 2-day past that was stretched into 3 days, as seen through the fuzzy eyeballs of a buddy of his. The reason for me referring to the fuzz in his eyes will become obvious as we march along.
Steele. Nobody ever called him Conroy. Was an Army cook attached to the 52nd Civil Affairs Group, Fort Gordon, Georgia, whenever he was an AWOL, which was fairly often. We get into a ticklish area here. Some people will say as soon as you make a generalization about any member of a minority group, that you're stereotyping, or worse yet, you're prejudiced. Well, as a so-called minority member myself, I'll go out on a limb and say, I think some people in all groups do fit some stereotypes with no loss of dignity or anything, as long as the stereotype isn't intentionally degrading. Steele, my buddy Steele, was a West Indian, a brother from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. And he was, I think, what a lot of people feel West Indians are really like. Warm, temperamental, full of life. He was a fantastic storyteller. Spell that, liar. A really fine cook, Army or not. A generous friend, a heartbreaker. It was his boast that he had left him smiling on 3 continents and 12 islands. as well as being one of the heaviest drinking dudes I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. His first question when we got into town was, "Who's pumping, man?" with an accent that was so lyrical it sounded like singing. I remember a weekend with Steele that almost left me with the need to be pumped.
How? As you all know, this is the morning police call, which means I want you men to go over this area, pick up every gum wrapper, bottle top, scrap of paper, and cigarette butt you see. If you can move it, pick it up. Otherwise, we'll come back through here and paint it. All right, moolah!
Which is just about the way the day started. The day which somehow or other became more than a day. What just now happened, really, is that our story has just begun.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, A Weekend Pass by Odie Hawkins. Our stars, Brock Peters and Robert Dokey. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're fitting fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Dirt inside your shock absorbers can cause them to fail. Get Sears heavy-duty plus shocks with a self-cleaning wiper ring. On sale now, only $7.99 each. You save 20%. Installation available. And save now on Sears SuperGuard steel-belted radial tires. Steel-belted strength, smooth ride, radial performance. Super values, too. Save $40 to $76 on a set of 4. Sale ends June 30th at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
We've often been told that an army marches on its belly. By that I mean what goes into the men makes a march. But no one has ever explained what happened to the army when it's cook's night off, or what the cook does once he's free of the kitchen.
Steele had gotten a couple of $100s in back pay. The pumping began as soon as he received the money. He corralled Jack Skid, Bobo McKinnon, Sergeant Jackson, and myself to go to the service club. It was on a Friday night, a typical peacetime U.S. Army Friday night in 1964. Jack Skid, our resident poet, after 8 whiskey sours.
I know everyone sitting at this table has always wanted to know why monkeys stay in trees, right?
There was no getting around it. After a certain number of whiskey sours, Jack had to tell us why monkeys lived in trees.
Wait, Jack. Hold on to your monkeys. Let's everybody have another round first. Waitress!
Yeah? Can I take your order again?
Another round for my friends.
Oh, looks like the good sergeant has decided to take 10 on us.
Down in the jungle where the tall grass grow, lived one of the most sarcastic monkeys the world would ever know. One day he happened to struggle up a tree to snow a little bit and dream up something new for his wit.
Everybody got a taste? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Down on the ground lived a lion who knew he was king. The monkey spied the lion and said, trying to put evil into his head, "Hey, lion, there's a big tough dude living over there, and the way he talks about you would put gray in your hair. From what he says, he ain't your friend, and he sees your body as something to bend. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I'm really your friend."
Some friend that is, eh, man?
Yeah, Mr. Lion, he talked about you in a scandalous way, and that's all I've got to say. Now, the lion took off like a 44 out to even the score. He ran through the jungle like death on a breeze, knocking down all the coconuts off the trees. The lion stalked an elephant from behind, thinking he'd give him a pretty rough time. The elephant checked the lion out from the corner of his eyes and said, "Look, lion, you better pick on somebody your size." The lion wouldn't listen to reason and made a slash and beat him to the ground with one mighty smash.
Oh, now left, right.
They fought all night and half the day, and I still don't see how the lion got away. But he finally dragged off more dead than alive, leaving himself wide open for more of the monkey's jive. "Hey, Mr. Lion, you really look sad. The other fella must have really been bad. When you left here, you were roaring like you was going to eat somebody up. Now look at you. You were all beat up." The monkey, hopping with glee, jumped up and down. His foot missed the limb, and he plunged to the ground. The lion was on him with all 4 feet, angry enough to grind him into hamburger meat. The monkey looked up with tears in his eyes and said, "Please, Mr. Lion, I apologize. If you let me go, I'll tell you something you really ought to know." Mr. Lion lifted up a paw, and the monkey scampered up a tree. "What I wanted to tell you," he screamed from the tree, "I'll put the elephant on you again if you mess with me." The lion stalked away growling, "Are you just talking? Up in them trees is where you better stay." And that's where they are till this very day.
So there. Once again, we find out what keeps lions on the ground.
Elephants. Oh, come on, you guys. I kind of like to find out why the monkeys live in trees every now and then. Waitress?
Okay, it's okay, Steele, my friend. I can take it.
Another round?
Yes, and a double for our poet friend Skid.
Yeah, Jack, you know, I've always been puzzled by one thing that happens in that monkey poem.
What's that?
Why would you choose the biggest creature in the jungle, the elephant, for the lion to mess with?
Because incongruity is the soul of humor, Brother Bobo, as every good comedian knows.
Who?
Incongruity.
I feel I just have to pause here for a moment to say a few words about something. I've been in a lot of groovy situations, but I don't think anything can equal the good vibes of a group of soldiers off duty. I look around the table, over the rims of hundreds of glasses, at Sergeant Jackson. Sergeant Jackson has been in a couple of wars, and he has ribbons and decorations to prove it. But he doesn't swagger around acting heroic or anything, if you know what I mean. Right now, he's checking his eyelids for holes. And my buddy, Steele, well, he was up to something, which I didn't know anything of. Not at that time.
Here they come. More values from Sears, like $1.44 pull-on shorts and $1.99 tank tops for women. They're colorful polyester tank tops that slip on neatly over the double-knit nylon shorts. Shorts with elastic waist and stitched front creases. Just watch them go. Sears $1.44 shorts and $1.99 tank tops for women. All set for action. Hurry in while quantities last. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sears wants to break the ice when it comes to buying a Kenmore refrigerator, so we're taking $50 to $100 off 3 models through June 30th. You save $100 on the 19 cubic foot side-by-side and $70 on the 17 cubic foot top freezer refrigerator. Both have automatic ice makers and Sears exclusive humid drawer. Save $50 on a Kenmore 17 cubic foot refrigerator freezer without ice maker. All are frostless. Kenmore. Solid as Sears. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's here! It's here! The Great American Paint Sale is here!
Now, save $3 to $5 on the same Sears paints that help preserve the homes of John Paul Jones, Betsy Ross, and other great American homes like yours. Save $5 on Weather Beater satin exterior paints, now $9.99 a gallon. Save $3 on Easy Living flat, ceiling, and semi-gloss interior paints, $8.99 to $9.99 a gallon.
The Great American Paint Sale is here!
Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
All items available at most larger Sears retail stores.
We left them in the service club, and they haven't retreated one single sip. And Sergeant Jackson never forgets that he is a sergeant, even while he's semi-asleep.
Ain't no sense in going home. Jody's got your girl and gone. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. 3, 4. Cadence count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
As you can hear, he's always thinking of the troops. Jack Skid, whom we kid about having a name like Skid, is our poet in residence, in a manner of speaking, and the company's communications specialist. This guy can take a bunch of metal scraps, a couple of coat hangers, and a coil of wire, spit on the whole business, and build a radio that could reach the South Pole. I've seen him do it. Well, not the South Pole, but he did wake some poor dude up in West Texas once.
Good morning, Mr. J. Bird. I came to buy your wings to fly over to Mrs. Boots's house to hear Mrs. Bootsy sing. Mrs. Bootsy has a new little baby, and when the baby cries, she rocks the baby in a cradle and feeds him apple pie.
Sometimes Jack's poetry doesn't quite receive the recognition he feels it deserves.
Okay, if you clodheads didn't like that, how about this one? Roses are red, violets are blue.
Great guy, always. His poetry, well, that's a different story. Bobo McKinnon is an ex-Golden Glove title holder from Philadelphia, 147 pounds. I think you suspect that he'd held some kind of title just from looking at the muscles this dude had. He's one of the few human beings I've ever seen with a set of muscles between thumb and forefinger. Great guy, but you wouldn't want to make him mad about anything. And Steele, Conroy Raphael Steele.
Waitress, you slowing down, sweetheart? How about another round?
Do you guys know you probably set a new service club record for whiskey sours consumed in a 4-hour period?
What's the record for fours and daiquiris?
Huh?
Now, that's typically Steele, not quite satisfied to settle for the easy way. I mean, you get the impression that he merges fantasy and reality better than most people.
Okay, so there I was, me and a couple of good friends.
Rum and Coke?
No, man, these were people. Anyway, there we are in the middle of this cane field. Moon as bright as morning, machetes in hand, slashing and fighting with a whole troop of ghosts.
A troop of what?
You heard the man, he said ghosts. Right, Steele?
Right. We had just about gotten the best of them before they piled up, pull off this flanking movement over to the left.
See what I mean? You never quite know whether he's pulling your leg or not. The only time you can be absolutely certain he's not putting you on is when he cooks or talks about cooking.
How did I become a cook?
Yeah, how?
Look, simple. I took one look at my first breakfast of creamed beef on toast in basic training, and I thought to myself, hey, Steve, you can do better than that. So I become a cook. No, let me tell the truth now. That's not exactly the way it happened. I had this buddy of mine who was General Porter's personal chef. Remember him?
Oh yeah. Well, I remember him
We used to call him Old Pity Patty Porter because he was always sneaking around Pity Patter. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah. Well, my buddy Johnny Wolf was about to lose his cushy job because he was running out of ideas for meals, and he asked me to help. Well, if the truth be told, Johnny Wolf never had a giant imagination to start with, you know.
Well, how did he know that you knew anything about cooking?
Oh, we knew each other from back home. Well, even if I must say so myself, I had a pretty big reputation in St. Thomas, you know. Anyway, I saved his job by making poulet basque.
Poulet who?
Poulet basque. Basque chicken, man.
Hey, speaking of strange food and all, I've been dying to ask somebody, who are these little Chinese guys walking around the post holding hands?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Bo, you're worse than my Uncle Wally. Don't you know by now that all the yellow people ain't Chinese? Those guys are Vietnamese. They're here for signal school training.
Okay, so they're Vietnamese, whatever that is. But what's with this hand-holding bit?
Just a custom, old buddy. They just have a different sense of values about stuff like that.
Where's Vietnam?
It's right next door to Thailand, where my girlfriend Sirikit came from.
This is the lady from Bangkok, the one you almost married?
Right. Say, man, you got a good memory. Yes, Sirikit, I really cared a lot for that woman. I think she was the only woman I ever met who could cook better than me. I was attached to the American embassy in Bangkok. Somebody had passed the word to the ambassador that I made the best vatapá this side of Rio de Janeiro.
Come on, Steele, play fast. Speak English. What's this batatopa stuff?
Vatapá, my poetic friend, is a Brazilian dish. It's chicken stewed in coconut milk, seasoned with sliced shrimps, onion, red pepper, and olive oil. Anyway, the ambassador, whose last post had been in Brazil, finagled me onto the embassy staff because he had fallen in love with Brazilian food. And that's how I met Sirikit.
Hey, wait a minute. Something is missing here. I thought we were talking about Vietnam.
Last call, Jed. Hey, what's going on around here?
This is it, the end. Thank goodness.
Well, wait. One more round before you throw us out.
Come on, one more.
Sears Radio Theater will continue after this message from your local station.
What in the World Happened in June? Brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. June is admissions day for New Hampshire and Virginia, admitted in 1788, Kentucky in 1792, Tennessee in 1796, Arkansas in 1836, and West Virginia in 1863 as our 35th state. The Continental Congress appointed a committee to draft the Declaration of Independence in June of 1776. In June of 1782, the design for the Great Seal of the United States was adopted by Congress. The U.S. Navy Yard at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, was purchased in June of 1800. The first course in flight instruction was started in June of 1925 at the U.S. Naval Academy. In June of 1935, the self-help organization Alcoholics Anonymous was created. In June of 1966, the U.S. achieved the first soft landing on the moon. What in the World Happened in June is brought to you by your local Navy recruiter who will answer your questions about Navy opportunity. Or in the continental United States, call 800-841-8000. In Georgia, 800-342-5855.
Chills run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
Quiet, man. Listen, and you'll hear it.
I don't hear anything.
It came from the bow, a keening and the sobbing of a little child. And then it changed as I went forward to look. I swear it came aboard and went down below. I was afraid, but I followed it. Oh, Doctor, I tell you, it went right into the captain's cabin.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of these CBS radio network stations.
At this point, undergoing their ritualistic last round, everyone seems to be pretty much the worse for wear except Smith and Steele. Smith has been doing a Houdini sleight of hand with the whiskey sour glasses that magically placed them squarely in front of Sergeant Jackson, which might explain why he is hors de combat, or shall I say bombed. Steele seems to be just starting his evening. And while they've all known his capacity for this sort of thing, they have to wonder why it's different this time.
Okay, that's that. Only 12 o'clock and we're out in the night. What now?
Well, I've had it.
Me too, and I think I speak for the good sergeant draped over my back.
Oh, well, what about you, buddy-o?
Well,
Great. Let's leave these deadbeats and go on pumping in town.
I'm kind of low on cash still. I only have...
Hey, man, we ain't talking cash. We're talking about pumping. Let's grab a post taxi and go. Come on.
The sense of challenge swelled up in my chest. Realizing that it seemed likely that I was going to be taken through the test of a steel weekend, one I only suspected at that time would be a record setter. When our friends shook hands with me leaving the service club, even Sergeant Jackson unbent for the departure scene. They seemed to look at me in the way people look at other people who are obviously about to do something they wouldn't do. Back then in 1964, a medium-sized town in South Georgia wasn't much of a great place for a couple of black soldiers to go and party the night away. Gwinnett Street was where it was, and there wasn't much to that. 3 clubs, the Top Hat, the Paramount, and the DeSoto. Steele, playing with the laws of averages, tossed a 2-headed nickel and decided from the DeSoto Club. We grabbed a table and Steele ordered a brand of scotch I had never heard of, nor had the waitress. We settled for rum and cokes.
Well, here we go, buddy-o. Roses are red, violets may be blue, and if either one of us has got to go to heaven, I think it'll be you, with all due respect. That's it.
Come on, dance with me, honey.
My condition at this point was, how shall I say it, a bit unstable. Steele was in good shape. His fingers looked pickled the way they were curled up, but there was nothing wrong with the rest of it.
You got to be on your guard when you come in here. These women will dance your socks off. How about some refreshments?
2 o'clock now. Closing time. 2 o'clock, people. Now, time to call it a night.
Hey, what is this? Every place I go, they close it up.
Fortunately for me, the bar closed at 2 a.m. I don't think I could have been able to hang in there a minute longer. The bartender, wise to how reluctant troops on a weekend pass were to give it up, nudged us out with a sawed-off pool cue in his big fat hand. I think he was anxious to get home for dinner. 2 a.m. Saturday morning, slightly tipsy to put it mildly. No place to sleep. A soft South Georgian evening that was loaded with fragrances of wisteria and mint and magnolia have now surrendered to a cold, impersonal, shirt-flapping northern breeze. I shivered and made a delicate inquiry. Okay, Steele, where do we sleep tonight?
You know something, man? I could never understand what it was made Harry Belafonte so popular.
What?
Belafonte. You know, the calypso singer.
What about Belafonte?
Well, I mean, aside from the fact that the man had nice teeth and used to show his belly button a lot, I never thought too much of his singing, you know. Take a song like Matilda. How did it go now? Matilda, she take me money, run Venezuela.
Matilda, she take me money and you won't give me things.
Hey, that's great, man. That vibrato. Let's take it all the way. Come on.
No, look, Steele, man, I'm freezing. Hey, there's a closed-in porch. Why don't we go and sit inside?
Sure, why not? You know Mama Look a Boo Boo?
Oh, no, not really.
Well, it goes, look. I wonder why nobody don't like me. Maybe it's the fact that I am ugly. And then there's the banana boat song. Man, I love that one. Let me see. How it go now?
I take it you boys missed the bus back to camp.
Oh, sorry. We didn't mean to...
Yes, sir. We didn't mean to wake anybody up.
Well, you did, but that's beside the point. It's pretty chilly outside. Why don't you boys come on inside? We got a sofa, and one of y'all can sleep on a bunch of warm quilts, and the other can make a pallet with.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr.
Williams. Williams is my name.
Mr. Williams, we certainly want to thank you. I don't think I had one more song in my body.
Oh, I understand. I was in the service myself a while back, and I've done my share of singing. Hey, here are the quilts, sir. Who sleeps on the floor?
Why don't we flip for it?
With your two-headed nickel?
Heads. I got the sofa.
Saturday morning. My mouth tasted like a bowl of ashes. I knew it was the next day and that the sun was probably shining, which made me want to keep my glazed eyeballs away from bright lights of any kind. And my head felt as though a half-track was practicing maneuvers inside. Finally, I worked up the nerve to squint over the lump of quilt around my neck and saw Steele and Mr. Williams sitting at a table in the other room, sipping what looked suspiciously to me like bourbon.
Hey, you awake, man? Come on in here. Mr. Williams is telling me about what Paris was like right after the First World War. Come in here and have an eye-opener.
Steele had been up long enough to have charmed his way into our host's liquor supply. He could do that, charm people, that is. I pulled myself off the floor, staggered into the bathroom to splash water on my aching head. Then bravely marched into the living room for a half glass of eye-opener. It tasted vaguely like soapy water and iodine.
Yeah, I'm telling you, young man, there's never been another time like it in the history of the world. Oh, this is my wife, Martha.
Good morning. I heard y'all singing last night.
Good morning, Mrs. Williams.
Morning, Miss Williams.
Now then, tell me, how will you young men like your eggs? Scrambled? Sunny side up?
Oh, I'd like mine. No, thank you, Mrs. Williams. We got to be going, and we're late already.
Well, no trouble. We usually have a late breakfast on Saturday. All I have to do is crack up with a few more eggshells. You wouldn't be putting us out none.
That's really nice of you, Mrs. Williams, but we really must go.
Well, we'd certainly like to thank you for giving us a place to sleep.
Oh, forget it. Like I was telling Steele, I know a little about what it's like to be stranded.
Well, if you won't stay for breakfast, take this bag of biscuits with you. Well, I'm sure y'all don't get homemade biscuits up at that camp.
Not once in 100 years, Mrs. Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Well, y'all come on by next time you're in town, yeah? And maybe we can pull out the old checkerboard.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks
Take
again.
it easy.
Why didn't you want to stay for breakfast? My stomach feels like a cave.
Mine too, buddy.
Well,
Eat a biscuit.
Why?
Well, hold on, man. I'll tell you. I woke up this morning with a powerful thirst, my mouth drier than a desert. Went into the refrigerator for some ice, to cool my burning throat. And there was practically nothing in the fridge but ice cubes and eggs. We would have been eating all their chow if we had eaten breakfast.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Some old people are like that, proud, I left $20 under the sugar bowl knowing that they would have been insulted if we tried to pay them for their hospitality.
Yeah, you're right. You can tell what kind of people they are. However, my stomach's
still craves them. Where is that place? Somewhere near here. Oh, I remember. It's in the next block. What are you talking about? What's in the next block? There's a guy down the street here who makes some of the most fantastic scrap iron you ever tasted. Scrap iron? Ugh, I don't even like the name. You got to try it, man. He usually runs off a batch on Friday and it's gone by Saturday night. Come on. If we're lucky, he'll still have some. But what about food? Everything in its time, my friend. Everything in its time. We compromised. And in the next block, he disappeared up a little dirt path that seemed to lead nowhere and returned with a half-pint bottle of scrap iron. It was about 1:30 before we finished off a great lunch of gumbo filet at Mom's place, chased by slugs of scrap iron and red soda pop. Steele and the owner of the establishment exchanged a few recipes, and it was time to return to the bar. I have to confess, by this time, I was beginning to feel that the whole number was some kind of weird challenge, something I couldn't back away from, but I was determined to finish this weekend somehow, no matter what. We wandered into the Top Hat, the swankiest bar on Gwinnett Street, and ordered rum and cokes. Beware, a problem is approaching us.
How are you today, Mr. Conroy Raphael Steele?
Oh, hi, Marcine. What's happening?
I'm fine, as you can see. This is my friend Delacroix.
Well, this here is Herb Smith. Meet Miss Marcine Wright.
Hi. Well, are you going to ask us to join you or not?
Well, certainly. By all means. Sit down. Garçon, refreshments for the ladies. What will you have? A taste of the bubbly? Caviar? A bottle of mum?
Oh, come on, Steele. Knock it off. I'll have cold beer. How about you, Delamay?
Beer sounds okay. 2 of your very coldest beers for the ladies and 2 more of your superb rum and cokes for me and my buddy. Well, how you been, Marcy?
Not so hot. I thought you said you was going to call me about the raffle tickets.
Why are you so quiet? I'm practically exhausted.
From what?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Aha, refreshments. Well, here's looking at me, kids.
Steele, what about those tickets? Remember you said...
But I thought you said the raffle was last week.
You didn't hear me tell you no such thing as that. I told you this week, and you promised to buy 4 tickets from me.
Go on, tell me. What are you so exhausted from? Marcine, I have been buying tickets from you for 2 years for one thing or the other, and I ain't never come close to winning nothing.
But still, you promised.
I'm exhausted from a rare form of disease. It's called stick-with-steelitis. I didn't promise nothing.
Is it catching? Yes, you did too, Steele.
Not unless you wanted to be. I know when I promise something and when I don't. And I didn't promise.
If it's one thing I hate worse than clabber milk, it's a liar.
Who you calling a liar, woman?
If the shoe fits, put it on. Come on, Della. Let's go someplace that's not infested by liars.
I gotta run. Hope I see you again. How about right here?
Oh, I don't hang out at bars. Why don't you call me? Careful, honey. If he hangs around with old Fork Tongue, he bears careful watching.
I'll call you, Della.
Looking forward to hearing from you. Bye.
Take it easy, Marcine. You and your wolf tickets. Steele, did you promise to buy some tickets or not? I'm almost certain I did. You did? Probably, but then I always promise Marcine something. She's one of those kinds of people who lives from one promise to the next. Believe me, man, it's okay, but when I first met her, she made me promise to buy her a car. What did you? Oh, on my pay? Be serious, man. How about another round? Waitress!
They wear them in Alaska, in Texas, in Maine. Wherever the territory's tough, the kids wear Sears Tough Skins, the toughest jeans in Sears Tough Jeans territory. Fashioned from a perma-pressed tri-blend fabric so tough, kids can actually jump on trampolines made from it. Sears Tough Skins in boys and girls sizes. Now in latest spring colors, styles, patterns. Brushed finish, too. You have tough kids, Sears has Tough Skins. Only in the children's store at most larger Sears retail stores and through the catalog.
The room held several Sears brass-plated lamps. One switched on. The finely plated antique satin shade illuminated the furniture softly. Another lamp turned on, and another. The patio doors blew open. The gleaming brass-plated lamp nearby, with its heavy base built for stability, did not budge. The room glowed in the brassy elegance that these Sears best lamps command. Create your own hauntingly elegant moods with Sears brass-plated lamps at most larger Sears retail stores.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Dirt inside your shock absorbers can cause them to fail. Get Sears heavy-duty plus shocks with a self-cleaning wiper ring. On sale now, only $7.99 each. You save 20%. Installation available. And save now on Sears SuperGuard steel-belted radial tires. Steel-belted strength, smooth ride, radial performance. Super values, too. Save $40 to $76 on a set of 4. Sale ends June 30th at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
Andy Griffith with the concluding act of A Weekend Pass.
Peaceful thoughts. My eyes are wide open and I'm staring at a dim light bulb at the end of a black cord. The bulb is naked except for circling balls of gnats. The bugs are making me dizzy with their motions. And with my eyes closed, I feel dizzier still. Great. Fantastic. Nothing like life inside of a merry-go-round. I practice opening and closing my eyes slowly to see whether I can create some order out of what's happening. I can't remember whether or not I'm sitting or standing or riding or what. I managed to figure it out. After a few minutes of hard calculation that I must be sprawled on my back or else I wouldn't be able to look up. Wonderful. Now things are beginning to fit. If I'm looking up, then my feet must be stretched out in front of me somewhere. Yes, sure enough, there they are, propped up against the door.
Honey, you're going to be in there much longer. The rest of us girls have to powder our noses, too.
The rest of us girls? What's going on here? Oh, no. I'm laying on the floor in the ladies' room of some kind of semi-private club that no one but Steele and the members could know anything about. Now it comes back to me. Hot, tired, and ossified, coming into a pleasantly scented room with little carpeting on the floor, I decided to take a little siesta.
Well, I'll be.
Oh, the Clover's really going downhill. Bums sleeping in the lightest room.
Excuse me, ladies. I'm sorry.
Hey, where you been, man? I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, I needed a breath of fresh air. I took a little walk.
Oh, I was just wondering, thought maybe you had flaked out on me.
No, not me. Hey, what time's it getting to be? What day is it?
Well, it's Monday evening, man. And we're gonna catch it for being AWOL.
AWOL? Monday? I mean, what happened to Saturday night? Sunday? I mean, what happened to Sunday? To be certain, a lot of us have had the urge to get rid of some days, especially the kind that starts off badly and gets progressively worse. But what happens when you realize that you have lost a whole day when you're on a bus going back to camp? Steele wasn't exactly sure, but he felt pretty certain that we'd gone to an Elks Club dance on Saturday night, or an illegal cockfight in the country, or a raffle.
The lucky number is something Steele ain't got.
Or all three. And a church picnic on Sunday, polished off by a 12-hour nap on the shore of Clark Lake, stuffed with ham, macaroni salad, baked beans, coleslaw, barbecue ribs, spinach and collards, and wedges of peach cobbler. That late bus back to camp, bouncing my insides around, made me feel slightly seasick.
It doesn't matter how late we get back. We'll probably be shot at dawn anyway.
This is no joking matter, Steele. You know the captain's really been cracking down on people for being AWOL.
I know, man, I know. Here, have a little taste of white lightning. It'll make the bullets hurt less.
White what?
White lightning. It's guaranteed to cure or kill whatever ails you, including fear of punishment for being AWOL.
Steele, you are positively, absolutely unreal.
Attention, Private First Class Smith. A report has been placed on my desk concerning you. The report says, and I quote, Private First Class Smith, attached to the 52nd Civil Affairs Unit of the United States Army, and one of the best equipped and disciplined, I might add, willfully and with malice aforethought, absented himself from his unit without official leave on this Monday past, 30 June 1964 to be exact. In less official language, Private Smith, you are guilty of stealing yourself on government time. The penalties for theft of government issue, GI, are as follows. For each minute stolen, you are to forfeit 1 day's pay. For each hour stolen, you are ordered to stand guard duty for an equivalent day. And for the whole day, you must pay the ultimate penalty.
Oh, no, no, no! All right, up and at 'em. Let's ungrip them pillars. Off and on. Come on, let's hit it. Formation in 5 minutes.
Well, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Smith, are you actually awake for change? You mean I won't have to blast my little bitty old whistle in your ear as usual?
I woke up a little earlier than usual and couldn't sleep.
It'd be great if you had insomnia all the time. It'd save lungs.
All right, you men. Let's get a move on. Captain Ham ain't got time to wait for sluggards.
Well, needless to say, I tried to take what used to be called a low profile.
Straighten up there, Private. Stomach in, chest out, shoulders back. Your left. Your left. Your left. Right. Left. You had a good home when you left. You're right. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. 3, 4. Cadence count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Had a gal in Tennessee. Big old woman just like me. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. 3, 4.
By the time we had finished morning police call, attended a compulsory class on military justice, and reviewed the procedures for a coming field exercise, I was beginning to feel absolutely paranoid. I decided to skip afternoon chow because I had to find my buddy Steele.
Whoa, where you rushing to, old bean?
Jack, you seen Steele?
I saw him rushing over to the PX about 10 minutes ago. What are you guys running around like maniacs for?
I don't know why he's running around, but I'm running around to find him, to find out why I haven't been put on report for being AWOL Monday.
Oh, that.
Well, what's so funny?
Nothing, really. Don't sweat the AWOL bit. I had CQ Monday, so I marked you down hospital, acute intestinal disturbance. Are you okay, old bean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay now. Woo, I thought... Well, never mind. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate the favor.
No big thing. What did you guys do in town? Must have been pretty interesting to hold you over for a day.
Oh, we had a couple of drinks, you know, the usual thing. for me, man. Steele, where have you been all day? I've been looking all over for you.
I've been going through post-clearance procedure.
Now, wait a minute. Slow down. What are you talking about? What kind of punishment did you get for Monday? Hey, let's start there. Jack covered for me. Now, what about you?
Monday? AWOL? No problem. I have to teach the captain's wife how to make quiche by here before I leave.
But what's this clearance procedure stuff? You're leaving?
I'm going home, man. I'm going home. I got a 2-week leave on account of my orders to ship out to Vietnam.
Vietnam?
Yeah, Vietnam. Listen, we're going to meet down at the club at 6 o'clock for a little bump-in to celebrate my departure. Are you coming?
Yeah, Steele, yeah. Yeah, I'll be there. But didn't we already celebrate that?
Smith survived another ferocious round of pumping to once again celebrate Conroy Raphael Steele's new assignment. Steele survived Vietnam, returned to the Virgin Islands, and opened a very popular and very good restaurant called La Chateau Steele. He asked you to drop in and have a drop on the house.
I'm out of control.
Be cool, be natural, take it light.
But where do I start?
With the basics like the new Pretty Natural Light Shaper from Sears. The Pretty Natural Light helps keep you smooth all day under your clothes, giving you a shape that's soft and natural thanks to the shimmery, lightweight power net. Never intimidates because its control is moderate, with a front panel that helps keep your tummy where you want it.
Great! I'll ease into control with a Pretty Natural Light.
It's new at larger Sears retail stores.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're fitting fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
When is a window more than a window? When it's decorated with elegant spindrift semi-sheer panel curtains from Sears.
Sears Spindrift semi-sheers are so natural looking. The fabric is full-bodied. The pattern texture is soft and subtle.
I had to choose curtains for my new house. Spindrift semi-sheers come in so many colors and can be used to create so many styles.
They're easy to care for. Machine wash and tumble dry. That's nice.
Make your windows more than just windows with Spindrift semi-sheer curtains in the drapery department at larger Sears retail stores.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. A Weekend Pass was written by Odie Hawkins, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Andy Griffith. Our stars were Brock Peters and Robert Dokey. Featured in the cast were Robin Braxton, Jack Crucian, Nick Latour, Peggy Weber, Barney Phillips, Helen Martin, and Jim Mapp. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. This is Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CVI.
Do you know how many books written today have titles that start with the words how to?
Sure. How to lose weight, how to make a fortune, win new friends, and on and on.
Well, how about one that tells how to safeguard your children's eyesight through early and regular examinations?
How to protect your family's eyes against injury in sports, at work, in school, and at home through the use of protective eyewear.
How to guard against glaucoma through more frequent eye exams after age 35.
And how cataracts can be successfully corrected by surgery.
The National Society to Prevent Blindness says that knowledge of how to guard against blindness is something every family should be informed about, because after all, half of all blindness can be prevented.
How to find out more about the preventable side of blindness? Write Prevent Blindness, 79 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. They wrote the book.
That's Prevent Blindness, 79 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
Who are those people in the uniforms over there?
Oh, that's the Salvation Army.
Oh, sure. I've heard of the Salvation Army before. Everybody knows them.
Yeah, they're noted for helping people. You know, my father once told me that the Salvation Army operated service units during World War II for our armed forces. He never forgot them for that. They were really helpful.
I wonder if they help people in other ways.
I'm sure they do.
Let's ask them. Excuse me, sir. What are some of the services available at the Salvation Army?
Well, throughout America, the Salvation Army operates daycare centers, adult rehabilitation centers for alcoholics, summer camps for kids, even senior citizen clubs and programs. Oh, the list goes on and on.
Well, thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it.
The pleasure's mine. Have a nice day.
Gee, I had no idea the Salvation Army provided all those services for people.
The Salvation Army cares about you. If you need help with a problem or can help, call your local Salvation Army today.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Let's listen.
Nobody's seen hiding a hair of Beauregard Henshaw. You two know it.
Now, Mr. Henshaw.
You think we're hiding him here on the farm? You want to search like you did before? You didn't find him here then, and you won't find him here now.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to Sears Radio Theater
on WNEW Metro Media Radio, New York.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's almost no one who doesn't thrill to a horse race. I don't mean the idea of winning. I mean the beauty of these immaculate animals, groomed, bred, and destined for a fleeting 2 minutes or so in the poetry of combat that allows only one winner. To watch is one experience. To bet is another. But the greatest and most absorbing of all is the search for that special horse. And having found it, to devote your life and your love to bringing him to the peak of his inherited powers.
The Triple Crown that's on the line today, and the odds-on favorite is Malachi, the Wonder Horse, ridden by Stevie Oakes in more than one sense, the Wonder Jockey. More of that later. Can this Cinderella horse bring off the inconceivable? Will the race end with Malachi wearing the garlands of the Triple Crown? Well, in something around 2 minutes, we should know the answer, as they're off.
Our mystery drama, The Triple Crown, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jack Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Save with confidence on Goodyear retread tires. Get Goodyear snow retreads or regular retreads. Goodyear regular rib-type retreads are priced as low as $28 a pair, plus 51 cents federal excise tax per tire. Snow retreads are value priced too. No trade needed, and all Goodyear retreads are fully inspected and backed by the Goodyear name. Go Goodyear, and go with confidence.
Better see Goodyear today.
Hi, this is Bette Midler. UNICEF is a friend to millions of children around the world who really need a friend. And you can help. Get a bunch of your friends together and have a benefit dance. or sports event, or concert, or go trick-or-treating for UNICEF. Use your imagination. You're going to have a ball. Contact your local UNICEF committee or write National UNICEF Day, United Nations 10017. Thank you very much.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Abner Mikva talked about government spending during his first debate with John Porter. Listen for a moment.
The whole argument that goes on in Congress, as I said at the beginning, is not between those who are spenders and those who aren't, but as to what we should spend our money on. Representative Porter talked about the budget. The budget process is the most important reform that Congress has made.
Mr. Mikva believes that there is no argument between what he calls the spenders and the non-spenders. But that budget process he referred to offered congressmen 11 opportunities to reduce the level of spending, 11 chances to cut the deficit, 11 steps toward a balanced budget. And how did Mr. Mikva cast his vote? He voted for more spending 10 out of 11 times. That's right, more spending. Hard to believe? Ask him about it.
Authorized and paid for by the Porter for Congress Committee.
The sport of kings is aptly named. Once it was a sport that only royalty could afford. But every so often the magic barrier is broken, and the outsider is in the inside ring. The long shot, the maverick, the Seattle Slew. This is the story of a horse named Malachi, a giant among his fellow equines, and of the two men who loved and gentled and handled him.
The lad was standing by a split-rail fence. He was a boyo of indeterminate age, small, well-muscled, a little above my own height. I'm 5 feet even myself at full stretch. His eyes were eager and his whole body was athrill with wanting to be more than he was stuck with being. I felt this boy and me was destined for some long future. Hey there, Sonny. You live hereabouts?
Oh, sure. This is my father's farm. And don't call me Sonny.
Now, don't be after getting your back up. I meant no harm. What would you like to be called?
My name, Stevie Oakes.
And my name is Patrick Aloysius Devlin at your service, and Paddy to my friends.
Now, you're not making much of a friend of me. I'm on the edge of getting to be 20, and just because I'm small is no cause to make fun of me.
Now, there's a bully boy flying off for you and ready to stick up for his rights. How tall are you there, boy?
Well, I'm 5'1" and 5'8". Do you want to make any more of it?
What would I make of it? Hold on there just a moment, and I'll show you. Now, if you look smart, you can tell that you tower over me by maybe 1 whole inch or more. Would I be anyone to be making fun of you?
I'm sorry. It's just that I get a lot of it.
Ah, don't I do? I've had it all my life, and I'm into the 50s already. But sure, I never cared. For this is just how I want it to be.
You did? But why?
So I could be a jockey and spend the half of my life on a horse's back without me giving him any real weight at all to trouble him.
Were you a professional jockey? For real?
Oh, I was that boy. Do you see these wrists? 50 years ago, I could break a 2x4 with my bare hands.
I'm sorry. Are you planning to move here to Timkins Bend, Mr. Devlin?
Paddy, to my friends.
All right, Paddy.
Well, now, Stephen, my lad, moving here would depend on circumstances, do you see? Why don't you come on back in the office and let's the two of us have a little business talk and see how I might work things out. He followed me from the front of the car to the back door, his eyes goggling at the Kelly green paint and all the glass windows on the length of her and all. And round the back, I opened the big rear door with a flourish. Will you step into my private sanctorum? Just use the trailer hitch as a step up.
Okay. Is this a mobile home?
Yes, it is that. And then again, no. It was not exactly for the former tenants. They were, transients, you might say. It's a hearse.
A hearse?
But home it is to me. I live in it right through the winter.
Without heat?
Well, I got sleeping bags and a cot. Why don't I make us a wee cup of tea?
You have a stove?
Oh, all the comforts of home. Sure, this is my home.
What's in the van behind?
Mention His Eminence and he speaks right up.
It's a horse.
Oh, my dear boy, Ian, be careful there with the loose tongue. Not a horse. Sure, it is the horse. The horse for all seasons. Always except in the winter. And that, you see, is the whole problem. And the discussion from man to man that we have waiting on the agenda to be settled.
Discussion? Us? Well, what about?
There goes the tea then, the darling tea. First, we'll away with that, and then sleeping bags and a cot. Why don't I make us a wee cup of tea?
You have a stove?
Oh, all the comforts of home. Sure, this is my home.
What's in the van behind?
Mention His Eminence and he speaks right up.
It's a horse.
Oh, my dear boy, Ian, be careful there with the loose tongue. Not a horse. Sure, it is the horse. The horse for all seasons. Always except in the winter. And that, you see, is the whole problem. And the discussion from man to man that we have waiting on the agenda to be settled.
Discussion? Us? Well, what about?
There goes the tea then, the darling tea. First, we'll away with that, and then we can look to the business matters. A spot of cream in it and sugar?
Why, I don't drink it much. Any way you want to serve it.
Well, we'll put it in the pot and stew it up good and black, and then you'll be after taking a sip and making up your mind just the way it's going to suit your taste.
Well, whatever you say, it's very kind of you.
Well, sure, I have an ulterior purpose after all. You say this is your father's farm. Is he a horseman? No.
No, we grow grain, corn, and we have enough cows and pigs and chickens to feed us.
I noticed coming around by the road a big fine barn. Would that be yours?
Well, yes, sir.
Would it be having a stall now, a good size, that might fit a big horse?
Oh, yes, there's 3 or 4.
And do you think your da could be using a handyman for the winter season?
Well, I reckon not, Mr. Paddy. See, he's got me, and I come free.
But so would I. Well, just the board for me and the room and the board for Malachi.
Well, who's Malachi?
The horse boy. Next year's Triple Crown winner.
You mean that's a racehorse you have in the trailer?
Oh, that's what he is.
A real honest-to-gosh racing horse?
Biggest colt you'll ever see, Stevie, and the fastest thing on 4 legs in this or any country.
A real thoroughbred. And you own him?
With all the papers to prove it.
Well, has he ever won in races?
Well, now, he's only been to the post twice. The first one he got a bad ride. A green kid broke him bad and bumped another horse, so they set him back out of the money. And the second time out, he won a maiden race near Philadelphia and made us $5,400. Just enough to pay off all our debts.
Those are the only races he's had, huh?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've been having a hard row to hoe just to keep owning Malachi. You see, he eats a powerful lot. He cost me pretty near $20 a day, and I wasn't making that much just exercising horses and grooming. I couldn't afford the entry fees, he's a great horse. He's the only one I brought up all the way from a colt. I wouldn't want to lose him. He's all the family I have. Would you like to see him? I let down the runway and backed Malachi out. He came gentle as a lamb, Lord bless the big beloved Spalpeen. Oh, he was a sight to see. A deep chestnut with a great black mane that stood 17 hands at the withers and weighed 1,200 pounds and him still growing. He's saying hello to you, Stevie.
Oh, Paddy. He's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Hello, Malachi. He's the biggest horse I've ever seen. Man, does he look strong.
Oh, you could put this horse in the Indianapolis 500 and he'd go the distance like it was 5 furlongs. He's that strong. That's why he's named after Malachi.
Well, who was Malachi?
What? Did you never hear tell of Malachi? Oh, why, he was the strongest man in all Ireland. Malachi was so strong, do you see, he could pass his hand up over the back of his neck, catch himself by the seat of his pants, and hold himself in the air for 40 minutes altogether.
But now I know you're putting me on. Still and all, would I love to be up on him.
Oh, can you ride, boy?
Well, I exercised Mr. Squire's horses. He's the rich man who used to live next door.
Oh, but does he not live there anymore?
Well, not since he sold his stable and moved back to New York.
Now, there wouldn't, all the same, be an exercise track there.
Oh, sure. A great big one, all cindered and flat.
Stevie, my lad, I said the moment I laid eyes on you we were heading for a long future. I had the second sight, all right. Oh, this'll be a grand place, Malachi. A darling place with all the comforts of home. Come on, Stevie. Let's away off now and talk your father into seeing it my way. I kept the hackamore on Malachi and decided to take him along. The farmhouse was a short walk away, but long enough for me to have my spirits dampened considerably by Stevie, who obviously was a bit scared of his father, who turned out not to be his real father at all, but his mother's second husband. And one look at Mr. Oakes, and I could see good reason why he might put the fear of God in anyone.
Steve, where the Sam Hill have you been? You got chores to do, and I want you out in the fields with me after dinner haying. Where you been hiding out?
Well, I wasn't hiding out, Pa. I was talking with Mr. Devlin.
You mean this skinny little hobo here? You the one with the green rattletrap out there by my fence with... Name of G. Hossafat. What's that monster there?
That's Malachi. He's a racehorse.
That ain't no racehorse. Slow as molasses, I'll warrant. But hitch him up to a plow, I bet he could turn as straight a photo as a tractor. Just about as fast.
I know, begging your pardon, Mr. Oakes. This is no workhorse. This is royal line all the way. Malachi is out of Catstein Ní Houlihan by Brian Boru. And I have the papers to prove it.
Well, Patty says he'll win the Triple Crown next year.
In a pig's eye. Where would a little tramp like this get the money to enter a race like that?
Well, I'd run him in a few stakes come the spring, and with the purses we win, there'll be enough for the entry fee.
Why aren't you running him now?
Well, I was out of money, do you see? I couldn't get him to Florida or California, so I'm looking for some winter quarters.
Well, if he's so great, why couldn't he have won enough money to see you through?
Well, 3 different times I had him ready to run, but the old banshee on the broom interfered.
What does that mean?
Fate.
Get out of here. Any minute now, I suppose you'll want to sell me the Washington Monument.
No, not quite. But I do have a little business to discuss.
Well, Mr. Devlin wanted to exchange his work around the farm and, sharing chores for his board and one of the horse stalls for Malachi and some food and fodder.
That monster? He'd eat us out of house and home.
Well, that's supposing I offered you a small share in Malachi's winnings.
Yeah, but he'll never win anything, that big overgrown plug.
Now I'll swallow all your insults and your sneering, Mr. Oakes, if you direct them at me. But you keep your tongue off Malachi.
Why, you little pips.
No, don't hit him.
No. It's fighting you want. I give you...
Mr. Devlin, are you hurt? Let me help you up.
Never mind me, boy. Watch out for Malachi. Get his bridle.
You get up, Devlin, and keep that loco horse off of me.
Hold him, CB. Gentlemen. Down, Malachi. Down. Easy, boy. Easy.
All right, Malachi. Attaboy. Attaboy. Patty, are you hurt?
Oh, well, sure, it's only me old hip thrown out of line again. We can get it back in place. But it'll be a long week before I can move myself again. It looks very much, Mr. Oakes, whether you like it or not. You've got a couple of non-paying guests. Unless you want me to turn Malachi loose to convince you.
A shaken Mr. Oakes looks from the small man, writhing in pain, to the huge horse, his ears flat against his skull, his eyes rolling wildly at the farmer. It's a moment of decision he doesn't relish, but it's one he's got to make. Take a chance on being trampled or accept, at least temporarily, however unwillingly, 2 more mouths to feed. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your code to contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only Contact. 1 capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only Contact.
Give your code to contact.
Take only as directed.
At 55 miles an hour, you save gasoline. At 55, you save worrying about that car behind you with the flashing lights. But most important, 55 miles an hour saves lives. Since 1974, this national speed limit has been the single biggest factor in reducing highway deaths by 36,000 people. One of them could be you. 55 saves lives. A public service of this station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
Hello, I'm Jack Jones. For most American girls, the teen years are an exciting time of personal growth and learning. But today, 1 in 10 American teenage girls is a mother before she turns 18. The March of Dimes knows too well that adolescent motherhood is a tragedy that affects everyone concerned. The young mother, her child, her family. The teen mother is too often unprepared for the demands of motherhood, socially, economically, and physically. She and her unborn child are at a high medical risk because her body usually is too immature to support the new and demanding life forming inside her. Prenatal care is the only active way the expectant mother can help protect her unborn and newborn against the threat of birth defects. Making that care available to every pregnant woman, regardless of her age or social condition, is a major goal of the March of Dimes. This is Jack Jones reminding you that a healthy baby needs more than the love a mother can give. Prenatal care is a critical factor in preventing birth defects. Listen to the March of Dimes and take action now.
The Kelly Green hearse, almost down to its last gallon of gas, has been maneuvered into the Oaks barn. It is parked near a roomy stall, newly hosed down and freshly lined with crisp new straw. Occupying the stall is a contented Malachi. Inside the hearse, Paddy Devlin is lying on his cot of pain. Or rather, that's where he's supposed to be. Actually, checking carefully that he is alone, except for Malachi, he clambers out into the barn. All of a sudden, he is caught as Stevie comes into the barn.
Patty, what are you doing walking about?
I wasn't walking. I was dragging myself out to make sure my poor horse was being taken care of.
Oh, I told you not to worry. After all the trouble we had resetting that dislocated hip. I don't see how you could put any weight on it.
Oh, well, that's mind over matter.
Oh. Well, I brought you some dinner. I'll help you back to bed and then bring you the tray.
Is your father about?
Oh, he and Ma are checking some accounts.
Oh, wait. Then maybe I'll just rest myself a little on this old milk stool here, and we could pull up a bale of hay for the table.
You're sure you can sit all right?
Oh, when I put pain behind me, it doesn't trouble me in the place I have to sit. That's fine.
Well, I'll bring a barrel over. You can use that to eat off of.
Oh, lovely, lovely that is.
There it is. Now I'll get the tray. I hope the food is still hot.
Hot or cold, it smells like the broth of the gods. There, it's also a delight to the taste buds.
Well, Ma was a little worried you mightn't feel like eating.
Not feel like eating? Me stomach is so parched for food, me middle vertebra are shining through me belly button. How's your father feeling now?
Well, he wasn't the one who got hurt.
Well, I didn't mean that at all. I meant about me and Malachi wintering here.
Oh, I don't know. He was feeling kind of guilty. He, shoved you and you fell down and got hurt. I think all he had in mind was till your hip was better. Well, you could ask him yourself. He just came out of the house on the way here.
Oh, there you are. There it is. Oh, me hip. Help me quick into the hearse, Stevie, lad, and on to me bed of face.
I have you. Easy
No,
now.
holding back.
No, you better not to hurry now.
That's a matter of opinion. In with me now.
All right.
There
you go. Are you all right?
Well, maybe you could bring in the tray and put away the stool and the barrel.
So my father wouldn't know you're moving around.
Now, what has that got to do with it?
Patty, I think you're an old faker.
Is that a way to talk to your elders?
I'm talking to a friend. You have no more dislocated your hip than I did.
Well, I could have. And if I didn't, your da would never have been after letting me and the horse stay. And that's what I needed and wanted.
Hey, where are you?
I'm in here, Pa, in the green wagon, giving Patty, Mr. Devlin, his dinner.
Well, you better haul tail out of there, boy. I told you I need your help in the fields.
Yes, Pa.
How are you feeling, Devlin?
Oh, the pain is terrible cruel. But with the grace of Mary, I'll grin and bear it.
Well, if it's all that bad, maybe you'd better be in a hospital.
Oh, no. What I mean is, I wouldn't consider your having to bear all that cost at all.
Me?
Well, you did knock me down.
Yeah. Well, all right. You and that ugly big horse can stay here a few days till you get over your fall, but that's it. Then, on you go.
Oh, Pa, couldn't they be here for the winter?
What's your interest in this?
Well, with Mr. Devlin laid up, someone's got to exercise Malachi, and, well, that'd be the best Christmas present I could get, with Mr. Squire gone, with his horses.
You haven't got time to go ride. You got farm chores to do.
I could do them first, same as I did last winter, and then take care of Malachi on my own time.
You ain't gonna have no time. There's too much to do.
Well, that's why maybe you could use an extra hand. As soon as I'm back on my feet again. And I heal fast.
Well, that's good. Of course, the moment you do, I want you and that hay burner out of here. I can see how much he eats, and it's more than I intend to afford. Come on, Stevie, we got work to do.
The moment they were gone, I'm out of the hearse as light as Phil the Fluter's ghost and off to peek out the barn and make sure. I have a bad hip. It's why I'm not a jockey anymore. But at the moment, it was no worse than usual. It was all a little fiddle-faddle to keep body and soul together for me and Malika. Ah, yes, I hear you, darling, and a pleasure it is to hear you whicker with the sound of a full belly again. I'm glad to say that mine is rumbling just as happily. But it's only temporary. How do we make it permanent enough for our needs? Oh, so you'd like a little walk after dinner to digest your meal, wouldn't you, Malachi? Now, how am I going to do that in the middle of the day when I'm not supposed to be able to walk at all? Still in all, we're going to have to keep you exercised and stay in shape. But if I do it, then we no longer have the welcome mat out here, and the boy, Stevie, he's the answer, is he not? Right as rain. But how to do it? Maybe if I could have a little chat with a mother, it might do it. And as fate would have it, that's just what I was about to have. I was just dozing away, dreaming that Malachi was taking the Preakness by 11 and a half lengths, when I heard the sound of her voice.
Mr. Devlin?
Yes?
I wouldn't want to bother you, but I just wanted to make sure you were all right and take away the dishes and the tray.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I could try to pass them on to you.
Oh, it's no trouble. My lands, you have this set up real comfortable. I could never have imagined a hearse.
Oh, well, sure, it had passed its time for being suitable for the dead. It's the only way I could have afforded decent living quarters and all, with the horse to support.
Oh, I saw him on the way into the barn. He's a magnificent animal.
He's an animal who can make the fortunes of all of us, every one.
What do you mean?
I suppose you don't know the racing game, how horses are bred to run and win.
I know that horses race and money is exchanged, but that's about it.
Well, now, this, do you see, is a kind of a special horse.
Well, how do you know?
I have the second sight.
You can see into the future?
When the magic is upon me, there is a horse here in your barn like no other horse ever existed. And you have a boy, your son, who is part of his destiny.
I don't understand.
Well, you have to, or all of us are up, down, dirty. Here's me, and I have spent my life training horses. Here's Malachi, the horse that can prove it all out. And here's your son, that I could train and make a jockey to ride him to victory. If I were to stay here, I could make a man out of Stevie 7 foot tall, no matter what he measures in inches.
How?
He has the love of horses in him, the size, the wrists, the desire. Give me a winter with him and Malachi under him, and he'll be wearing winning silks for the rest of his life.
You're a strange man, but for some equally strange reason, I trust you. It's my farm after all, so I want you to stay. If you promise to do all you said for Stevie.
Mrs. Oakes, I promise you on my heart. Well, I was ready to seize any advantage, and maybe that was the straw that swung things my way. For with Mrs. Oakes' help, it looked like Malachi and me were safe for the winter until... 110 3/5. That's Preakness time, let alone the Derby and the Belmont. Do you hear me?
What'd you say?
Bring him back here where a man can talk to you private.
We're coming, Patty.
Thank the good Lord I found a boy like myself to ride him home to glory.
Oh, wasn't he beautiful? What was the time?
110 3/5.
Oh, he'll win them all, Patty. You're going to be a millionaire.
Oh, no, he ain't.
Mr. Oakes, where did you come from?
Oh, I've been watching what's been going on all through the winter. Biding my time. But where I come from right now is the courthouse. Got a little piece of paper here.
What paper?
A show cause, they call it.
Show cause? What, for what?
Why, for all the money you owe me for board and fees. Why shouldn't I possess that horse of yours? Looks to me like maybe I'm gonna be the millionaire around here.
Well, there you have it. That's what makes horse races. The difference of opinion. Technically, legally, who does own Malachi? Can he be possessed for a debt? And if he can, will he prove to be worth it? Is he really a wonder horse? Or is he just a dream in which two undersized men hope to prove themselves, if not larger than life, at least as large? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
To the family who've only thought of renting one of those do-it-yourself carpet cleaning systems but are still getting up the nerve to try one, this announcement. More first-time triers rent Rinse and Vac than any other. Rinse and Vac is lightweight, simple to use, and does a fantastic carpet cleaning job for so little cost. Rent Rinse and Vac, where hardware or housewares are sold. And oh yes, it's not only the one more people rent first, it's the one more people rent second, third, fourth.
If your business has traditionally depended on print advertising, here are some hard facts. Since 1967, average daily newspaper circulation has failed to keep up with the growth of the population, but average cost per thousand has almost doubled. Now the radio facts. Since 1967, radio's audience is up a big 61%, but costs rose only moderately. That means radio is right on the button with a lot more for your money than print. Ask this station for more details. A message from the Radio Advertising Bureau.
She's a gutsy lady, feeling free is her style, you can tell. All the while she's a Van Roth lady.
For all you gutsy ladies who are saying yes to life, Van Roth says yes to that. With a new real panty look and feel, the light new comfort of the cotton panel, the hint of stocking, the airy touch that supports every beautiful step you take, all the colors and styles from day in, day out to luxury sheers, matching your own new exuberance with Van Roth quality. Gutsy lady, that's you.
Her style is showing wherever she's going. Come along, Van Rort lady.
Available at fine department and specialty stores.
It was the Scottish poet Robert Burns who said, "The best laid schemes of mice and men gang after gley." The quote could better be applied to horses instead of mice. Particularly the rest of it, which goes, "And leave us naught but grief and pain for promised joy." With the coming of spring, the time had come to enter Malachi in a race. There were only two problems. Who was his legal owner, and who would pay the entry fee? Pending these decisions, Stevie still rode him around the exercise track in the gray light of morning, and Paddy still held the watch on him.
How was the last quarter, Paddy?
21:40. Beautiful. No horse in the world can touch him. If he runs.
Well, why shouldn't he?
Well, first of all, there's the entry fee. And second, who owns him?
He knows where he belongs.
Oh, he may think he does, but he doesn't know the ways of men. Maybe I should just give up and turn him over to your father.
He's not my father. Look, just one race and you could pay him all you owe after Malachi wins.
Oh, it's no use, laddie buck. I haven't the money to raise him or feed him or even, I suppose, the right to own him. And why should I deny you your chance?
Me?
Well, I've taught you all I know, boyeen, and you're ready to ride. The rest you have to learn by yourself.
I'd only ride Malachi under your colors, Paddy.
Ah, there's a good lad and well-spoken. But it makes no sense. If I have no colors under which to ride, you won't be much of a jockey.
Come on, Paddy, there must be some way out of this. The courts haven't decided yet that you have to give up Malachi.
What else can they decide? The only assets I have are a broken-down Kelly Green hearse, a trailer, and the greatest unrecognized racehorse ever broke from a starting gate.
But it's so unfair. You've worked for my stepfather all winter.
There was no contract. But, by the Lord, nobody's taken him away.
What are you going to do?
Now, this is just between us, Stevie.
Right.
Your stepfather is a greedy, growling man, and right or wrong, I'll never knuckle under to him. Someday I'll pay him the money that I owe. But I won't let him grind me down or steal my horse. Now, any night now, when the moon is dark and I find my time, I'll be off and away and let Mr. Morton Oakes go looking for me.
But Malachi is going to race.
He'll be in Mexico or Canada, and let him come after me then with his writs and his lawyers.
But what about me?
You? Son, you're a rider. You get to the tracks with some letters that I'll give you, and you'll find the mount and an agent. You don't have to worry.
Oh, yes, I do. I want to get away from here, too, but I don't want any horse after I've been up on the best. I want to ride Malachi, and I want to bring you the Triple Crown.
Well, dreams are what keep us going. But they don't always come true.
And you're coughing again. You still have that cold.
Oh, sure, I think it's... What do we call it in the world today? Psycho something.
Psychosomatic?
Yes, that's it. All in the mind. Everything is all in the mind.
But you really are going to run away.
Oh, the first chance I get. For all I can see, 'tis the only chance for me. And I would have run, except for one thing I never counted on with my Celtic constitution. I came down with some kind of thing in the lungs that laid me flat on my back and near put the hearse back to its original function. But before that happened, something else did, which seemed like the answer to a prayer. Oh, Mrs. Oakes, is that you? Well, would you excuse my attire?
Oh, it's no time for small talk or courtesies, Mr. Devlin. I've been talking with Stevie.
Oh?
And the fact of the matter is that I understand there's a stake race at Darsville that pays $12,000 to the winner.
Well, that's right. It also costs $750 to register.
$750?
Well,
I have over $600 here, and I'm sure this diamond pin of my mother's would cover the extra $100.
Oh, you want to put up the money for Malachi to run?
Yes.
Does your husband know about this?
No. And I don't want him to. This is for my son. It's my money. My present husband doesn't know about. Outside of the farm, it's all Stevie's father had left.
Well, now, Mrs. Oakes, I can't be taking this money from you. I have no guarantee the horse will win.
Oh, I thought you believed in him.
Well, I do, but...
Oh, you have a bad cold there.
Oh, it is nothing. The wind's in the wrong quarter, is all. But how about this money?
Take it, enter Malachi. Let Stevie ride him.
But if he loses...
Well, how much worse off can we be? Besides, he can't lose.
Mrs. Oakes, let me tell you some things.
No, Mr. Devlin. Let me tell you. You came into our lives, Stevie's and mine, when we were at the end of all hope. You brought us a chance to rise above what we are, to escape a trap we're in.
Well, the trouble is, ma'am, that's all it is when it all rides on only one race. A chance.
Well, isn't it worth it for all of us?
I paid the fee. We entered the horse, and Stevie was boiling with excitement. Oh, his mother had sold his silks Kelly green for Ireland and light pink for Virginia dogwood. The field was nothing. Malachi should come home in a romp. The only trouble was I came down with the sickness of the lungs, and Oakes found out about it, and Stevie ran into something he wasn't quite able to handle. A rough ride.
And now they're coming around the back turn and into the stretch. Frontier Prince is in the lead, but bunched around him is the field. And the new horse Malachi is making his bid. He tried to go to the rail earlier and then swung out wide. His jockey is giving him a good ride, but he's inexperienced. And on this muddy track, it's difficult going for all, horses and men. And there goes Malachi streaking through between Porter Mayfield and my own Dandy. He's running loose and easy, but with breathtaking speed. Oh, no. It looks like they're locked stirrups. My own Dandy and Malachi are forced off stride. They're slithering in the mud, and... Yes, it looks as if Malachi is down. No, he recovers himself miraculously. But his jockey has been thrown and is scrambling now to avoid being penned under the thundering hooves of the field as they round into the stretch.
What do you say when you lose a race? There are 1,000 excuses, and not one of them worth a tinker's dam. You lost. That's all that counts. And your creditors are the last ones to have a drop of sympathy at all.
What are you up to now, Devlin?
Oh, just seeing the horse gets his exercise.
So what? To be also ran again?
Now, Mr. Oakes, that was fate, bad luck.
I hope so. Since any day now, it'll be my horse. I'm glad the court agrees with me. You had a heck of a nerve running him without my say-so. You'll never do it again.
You could be right. You want to hold the stopwatch on him?
Why should I, when I got a flunky to do it for me? I rented him at Bradbury next week. You better get him ready.
Bradbury? That's a bunch of scrag.
That's right. I want to see if the plug is worth anything before I get into real money. You better have him ready.
What's he clock on the back stretch?
I wouldn't want to tell you, Stevie. What's the difference?
Oh, Patty, come on now.
Come on, what? He's not our horse anymore.
Don't you want to fight for him?
With what? I haven't anything left to fight for or with. What makes me feel worst of all is I took your mom's money. How am I ever going to pay her back? What is it, Malachi? Oh.
My name is Squire. I believe this happens to be my property.
Are you enjoying the use of it?
Mr. Squire, it's my fault, sir. I just thought since the track wasn't being used...
Why not, Stevie? And from what I saw just now, for what better use? It was only a rough gauge by my wristwatch, but I did clock that magnificent big monster in 57 odd for 4 furlongs.
56.8 to be exact.
Fantastic. Where do you plan to race him?
Well, Mr. Devlin thinks he could win the Triple Crown.
He's a 2-year-old. I knew there was a reason I had to get back to Virginia. Is there any way I can be a part of this?
Well, I'd be proud to have you share in it if you buy my jockey as well as my horse. But first of all, I have to pay off a few debts.
I'd be happy to discuss those. And later, our future. I should say yours. I'm at an age where the only satisfaction I have is seeing other people attain all the dreams I missed.
It's strange that after all the beginning, there isn't that much left to tell. We entered the Derby that year, backed by Mr. Squire's money. It was supposed to be a 2-horse race between Napoleon's Dream and Fancy That. But Malachi wanted going away. By the Preakness, all debts were paid off, and I owned my horse outright. We took the Preakness by 2 lengths. And Stevie was aboard all the time, of course. The only trouble was this cold in my chest that I couldn't shake. By the time the bellman came up, it was so bad, they had to put me in the hospital.
I don't know what I'm going to do without you.
Who's up in the saddle? You, not me.
Everything I know, you gave me.
A few tricks. The way to use your hands. Nothing, boy. The rest had to be born in you.
I'll never know how you got us where we are.
We're not there yet, boy. There's still number 3.
I promise you, if I can bring it to you, it'll be with every breath in my body.
Well, now, don't forget, poor old Malachi. He's the special wonder.
Patty, I'd better leave you now.
Oh, it's all right, Stevie. And I'll be watching you on the TV screen. You bring him home. Do you hear?
Patty,
I think you'd better leave him now, Mr. Oakes.
Nurse, he's all right.
Of course, he's just tired.
Well, he is going to get well, isn't he?
I know who you are. You go win the Belmont for him on that marvelous Malachi, and what else can he feel but 100%?
And coming into the backstretch, the field is well strung out with only Captain Courage and Dipsy Doodle well in the lead. The rest of the field trailing far behind. Malachi, the favorite, has dropped off the pace, and it looks as if we will not have a Triple Crown winner this year.
I lay in the hospital bed, listening to what seemed like disaster. I watched the TV and I tried to tell Stevie and Malachi to boot it home. But, of course, there aren't any words. It's all beyond us to shape or change events, isn't it?
You mind if I join you?
Oh, Mr. Squire.
I made a pretty good investment in that horse of yours, didn't I?
You know, I should have let you in for more than 10%.
It doesn't matter.
As a businessman, I can't figure out how you could have let me off that cheap.
I told you, it didn't matter.
Well, it's only I want the boy. I want Stevie to have it all. Because I trust him to take care of the horse.
I know. And he will.
What's the matter with the TV? I don't hear it now. Did we win? Did we take it all?
We did. You did, Paddy. And Malachi, the Triple Crown.
Oh, that's great. That's truly great. And what about the boy?
Stevie, he owns it all. Not only the Triple Crown, but the horse, too. Isn't that the way you wanted it?
Oh, sure. But it's a seldom thing in life it could turn out that way. How did it?
Why don't we just say that the angels were on your side, Paddy?
Well, I'll buy that. I'm near enough one myself. this cough at all. Not long for this world. I wish I'd met you sooner, Mr. Squire.
You met me just in time. Welcome to the other side, Paddy Devlin. I died long enough before you to welcome you in, even if I had to come back across the divide long enough to coax you to join us.
You mean that I'm dead?
It's not as bad as you think.
But there are no. I mean, it's not for me. This is one place that the ponies don't run.
Why not? And just imagine the fields: Man o' War, Northern Dancer, Canyonero, Majestic Prince, Foolish Pleasure, Bold Forbes, Seattle Slough, Aladar, Affirmed.
Horse racing, the sport of kings, a very special delight and interest. If the ponies run in your blood, if the sound of that trumpet thrills you and rivets you to your seat, it is a special world of disaster and triumph. It is a world that never quite ends within this world of ours. And if you have ever had the fever, perhaps extends to the one that exists beyond. I'll be back shortly.
Some need to help their country, some have to test themselves, and some want what a soldier feels inside. You'll find us here, America, in today's Army Reserve. We're part of what you earned is pride.
If you're looking for a head start on a career, look into a part-time career in the Army Reserve. The Army Reserve needs people right now to train for a wide variety of important Army career fields. Based on the needs of your local unit, you can pick your own specialty. After a few months of full-time Army training, you'll be back home with a valuable skill, earning a nice extra income in a job you can be proud of.
We're right here, America, in today's Army Reserve. We're part of what you earn is pride.
For more information, contact your local Army Reserve Center, listed in the white pages under U.S. Government.
Stevie Oakes is a legend now, of course. He rides only one mount, Malachi, who has taken his place as the greatest money winner of all time, all of which went to Stephen Oakes and his mother as co-owners. What's that? Morton Oakes? I don't know. The last anyone heard, he was still trying to bring suit in a hopeless cause. In horse racing, there are only two kinds, and sometimes the loser deserves all that's coming to him. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Ian Martin, Jackson Beck, and Joan Arliss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You collect pictures of old homes, don't you, Ben?
Yeah, I like them. They give me a sense of...
continuity?
Yeah, and stability.
Yeah, here we are.
Oh, wow, it's beautiful. That's a beautiful house.
Yep, that's a pretty good engraving. All it lacks is a figure in the foreground to give it a focal point.
Well, there is a figure in the foreground.
No, wrong.
Oh, there is, really. Take a look.
How about both Diane and I
Let me see.
There. You see? Next to the path. The figure of a man on his hands and knees crawling towards the house.
I swear.
I swear, too. When you showed me the engraving, Ted, there was no figure.
Well, maybe you just glanced at it.
No. We looked at it under the light. There was nothing in the foreground.
Well, there is now. A man furtively crawling across the lawn toward the porch.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Dodge proudly presents 1979.
It's sleek, it's long, it's small, it's strong. Hey, that's my Dodge, that's my Dodge. It's a brand new Omni, it's a diplomat. It's a pickup, a van, and more than that.
It's announcement week at your Dodge dealers. That means lots of bright, shiny new ways for you truck lovers to make your hearts beat faster. Smartly restyled Dodge pickups, a line of vans that includes the roomiest in the business, all with a brand new look and brand new ideas inside. There's even a home away from home. Sportsman wagon with optional seats that convert to a dining setup or a double bed. The new Dodge trucks. From a businessman's van to four-wheel drive adult toys. They'll have America singing.
Say that's my Dodge, say that's my Dodge, say that's my Dodge.
And we're back in Chicago on WBBM News Radio 78. 12 minutes until 12 midnight. The radar at Marseilles, Illinois shows widely scattered thunder showers and rain showers and scattered patches of light rain showers over southeast Iowa, west central and northwest Illinois and southwest Wisconsin. There are also some rain showers over central Illinois, and all of these showers are moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. Weather outlook for Chicago the rest of the night, increasingly cloudy and mild with rain showers likely toward morning, continuing into Tuesday and on into Tuesday night. The low tonight 57 degrees, the high tomorrow 66. The Tuesday night low in the 50s, Wednesday a high in the upper 60s under partly sunny skies. At Midway Airport, it's 58 degrees, 61 at O'Hare Field, 67 on the lakefront. The humidity 64% and the wind is south at 10 miles per hour. On the Mystery Theater tomorrow night, two young artists are baffled and petrified by an old engraving in which a crouching man keeps reappearing. Paul Hecht and Patricia Elliott will star in the Mystery Theater presentation of The Figure in the Moonlight, right after the World Series game here on WBBM News Radio 78 on Tuesday night. In the news, bus drivers and mechanics for the North Suburban Mass Transit District, called Nortran, have been on strike for a month. Negotiations have been broken off for about that long, but bargainers for management and the union will return to the table tomorrow with federal mediators in an effort to work out the remaining differences which center on salary. Union spokesman Joe Rohe told us of a backup plan he has in case the session doesn't go well.
If we go in the negotiations and they still negotiate with the attitude that they had like that, we are going to take them into court under the 13C agreement, which they signed with the federal government.
And under what terms would you go into court?
Well, they have to go to binding arbitration under the, act that they signed in for 1964 for the federal grants.
Nortran spokesman Walter Flintrip responded that attorneys for the Transit District advised such a suit would be on weak legal ground because union members are not assured of the right to binding arbitration. United Auto Workers on strike confronted those working at International Harvester's Rock Island plant, and they exchanged more than words. Charlie McLaughlin reports.
At tonight's shift change, hundreds of strikers met those who were still working at the gates. Most cars were pelted with eggs, some with rocks. It's a battle over job assignment. The Wildcatters say IH is giving too much business to subcontractors. The company says it's cheaper that way and points out that it is allowed under their current labor contract. For the past week, production at the Rock Island Farm tractor plant has been severely crippled. It needs parts from the East Moline plant to do its job. But everyone at the East Moline plant is out on strike. So as the part supply dwindles and the Wildcatters stay out, more and more assembly line workers are being laid off in Rock Island. Meantime, the dispute is no closer to being settled because the company refuses to bargain during a Wildcat strike. This is Charlie McLaughlin reporting from Rock Island, Illinois.
Police are awaiting the results of an autopsy on 1.5-year-old Randy Davis, who was pronounced dead at Englewood Hospital on Monday. The youngster had been burned and beaten to death. The authorities have been holding and questioning the boy's mother, 19-year-old Patricia Davis of 1150 West 60th Street. No charges have been placed in that case. A fourth person has been sentenced to death under Illinois' new capital punishment law. 23-year-old Curtis Brownell of Rockford received the ultimate sentence for the kidnapping, rape, and murder of a 17-year-old high school girl. In addition, Brownell was sentenced to 30 to 90 years in prison for aggravated kidnapping and rape charges in the case. Brownell faces sentencing Thursday on a conviction for the kidnapping and rape of a pregnant Rockford woman. Both victims were taken to the same place, and that led the police to Brownell. Members of the news media were invited on a tour of Pontiac Prison. The first-time reporters have been let inside that prison since the July 22nd inmate uprising in which 3 guards were killed. The shakedown continues as authorities go cell to cell searching for weapons and other contraband. The prisoners have been kept in their cells 24 hours a day since the riot, and that restriction won't be lifted until the shakedown is finished. WBBM's Fred Partito went on the tour and filed this report.
Inmate Arthur Fricky has been in the segregation unit for 2 years because he fears for his own life if he were put into the general population. He talked of the overcrowding.
But with the masses in there like this, the officers haven't got a chance. And if they haven't got a chance, I haven't got a chance. This is why I prefer here to be by myself.
So you prefer to be in segregation for your own good?
For my own safety, right. Because the officers aren't secure. You lost three officers, plus 2 got very badly injured. And if they can't control anything and they can't take care of their own safety, how are they going to protect me? I'd soon stay in here. I'll give up all the good time I have to.
He said over the past 2 years, 130 correctional officers have resigned. Warden Pickney says he is still 38 guards short, and that many of the recently hired have not been sufficiently trained. This is Fred Partito.
Today's wacko wedding, Dee Miller and David Stoll are chimney sweeps. They met 10 years ago and both worked for Sears, and so where else would they get married besides the observation deck on the 103rd floor of the Sears Tower here in Chicago? 16 other chimney sweeps joined them at the top of the world's tallest building and used their flower-bedecked brooms to form a wedding arch like soldiers do with swords at military weddings. The bizarre wedding took place while puzzled tourists wandered by looking for those telescopes you shove dimes in. The 49-year-old groom and his 41-year-old bride wore white tuxedos and top hats. The Reverend John Schaefer said it was fitting that the ceremony be held at the highest available place where God is closest. Stoll said the wedding was timed to coincide with National Chimney Sweeping Week, National Fire Prevention Week, and the 107th anniversary of the Great Chicago Fire. Suddenly, it seems like it's raining diamonds in downstate White County, where sheriff's police have now come upon 2 discoveries of the precious gems, both in highly unusual situations. The initial find was in a crushed cat food box. The gems, it turned out, were part of a cache stolen in July from an Evansville, Indiana jewelry wholesaler. 3 brothers were arrested and charged with possession of stolen goods and with conspiracy. Following an anonymous tip, the sheriff's police then turned up a second bunch of diamonds in a garbage bag in a culvert. These also seem to be part of the Evansville loot, according to Sheriff Bob Duckworth.
At the time that the diamond store was robbed, they reported a loss of approximately $200,000. It's my estimation, and not being an expert on jewelry, I might be way off, but I would imagine there's probably somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 worth we have here.
Sheriff Duckworth suspects there are still more diamonds to be found in White County in the vicinity of Enfield. Nevada officials say they've finished a background investigation of a man allegedly tied to Chicago's underworld. And Tony Spilatro's case will come before the Nevada Gaming Control Board on Friday. Board Chairman Roger Trondé said the meeting on Friday is the first step to get Spilatro's name included in Nevada's so-called Black Book. That's a list of about 12 persons who are barred from entering casinos because of their background. Spilatro has been in Las Vegas for about 6 or 7 years and is reported to be watching the investments of the underworld in some of the casinos. It was okay to be Italian for the day, even with a name like O'Brien or Schmidt. 250,000 Chicagoans of various ethnic strains did just that today as they lined a downtown Chicago street for the annual Columbus Day Parade. They stood 3 deep along Clark Street under clear, sunny skies and 70-degree temperatures as the 2-hour parade with marching bands, floats, clowns, and military units strutted along. Chicago's Croatian mayor, Michael Bilandic, and his wife, Heather, enjoyed the parade from the reviewing stand along with Senator Charles Percy, Attorney General William Scott, and his Democratic opponent Richard Troy, and Cook County Democratic Party Chairman George Dunn. Democrat Michael Bacalus is promising Illinois voters that if elected governor, he'll cut property taxes by 20% over 4 years. Details from Bob Crawford.
What Bacalus is proposing is not a direct property tax cut, but a rebate from the state treasury equal to 20% of a homeowner's tax bill. He estimates that the plan would cost the state $360 million, and he's banking on what he terms a normal growth in annual state revenues to pay for it. Bacalus says no increase in income or sales taxes would be necessary that he, in fact, would oppose any tax hike if elected during his first administration.
When I see, as controller of the state of Illinois, the amount of money in public aid alone, I know I've bored you to death with this, I've said it over and over, but when I see that amount of money that I believe we're throwing down the drain, I couldn't stand in front of any audience in this state and in good conscience say we have to have a state tax increase. Absolutely not.
As a part of the rebate plan, Bacalus proposes to keep state spending below the inflation rate while placing limits on local property tax increases. But he denies such moves would rob the schools of critically needed revenues. This is Bob Crawford.
Another Democratic challenger hit the campaign trail with vigor on Monday, calling reporters together to blast a Republican opponent. This time it was U.S. Senate candidate Alex Seith going after incumbent Charles Percy for his vote on selling jets to Saudi Arabia. More from Len Walter.
Alex Seith, the Democratic candidate for Senate from Illinois, says Saudi Arabia's subversion of the Camp David Accords deserves immediate Senate retaliation.
54 members of the United States Senate on May 15 voted to sell F-15 jets to Saudi Arabia, a move which I opposed at the time, and a move which most of them justified on one principal ground, that it would buy moderation from Saudi Arabia. By early August, 13 of those 54 members of the U.S. Senate saw that it had not bought moderation, and they sent a joint letter to the Secretary of State expressing their deep concern and hinting at the possibility that they would withdraw their support for the sale. Senator Percy was among those who was asked to sign that letter and refused. Over this weekend, I have sent personal letters to each of the remaining members of the United States Senate who was among that majority of 54, urging each of them to express their individual concern and outrage for the attitude of the Saudis since Camp David.
Seith said the Carter administration should use every legitimate pressure, including withholding delivery of the F-15 jet planes, to force Saudi cooperation in the Middle East peace process. I'm Len Walter.
While Americans today are honoring Christopher Columbus for discovering America, people in Norway are honoring Leif Erikson for discovering America. Today is Leif Erikson Day in Norway in honor of the expedition he led, which visited North America in about 1000 A.D. But he didn't stay, and so American school kids don't have to memorize the name of his boat. Let's check the weather now. In Chicago tonight, it's going to be increasingly cloudy and mild with rain showers likely toward morning with a low of 57 degrees. More rain on Tuesday and on into Tuesday night with a high on Tuesday of 66. Low Tuesday night around the 50s. Wednesday partly sunny with a high in the upper 60s. At DuPage County Airport tonight, it's 58 degrees, 57 at Midway in Chicago, 58 at O'Hare, and 65 degrees on the lakefront. The humidity 66%, wind south, 12 miles per hour.
First in news, we're CBS News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
Bears football, October 16th. The Bears playing the Broncos in Denver. This is Alan Bickley, now 12 midnight.
CBS News. The scene is being set for peace talks to begin in Washington later this week between Israel and Egypt. I'm Rob Armstrong reporting on the CBS radio network. The Egyptian delegation, having received its final instructions from President Sadat Monday, leaves for the United States Tuesday. The two principal members of the Israeli delegation, Defense Minister Ezer Weizman and Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan, are already in this country. Monday at the UN, Dayan expressed hopes for the successful completion of the Washington talks.
Within a very few days from now, negotiation will start between Israel and Egypt for the conclusion of a peace treaty between them. It is my hope that these negotiations will be successful and that before the year is out, we shall witness the beginning of a new era in the Middle East.
Meanwhile, Syria, one of the hardline Arab states which has opposed the Camp David Accords from the beginning, made it official Monday. Syria issued a formal statement saying the Camp David agreements are null and void under international law. In the same statement, Syria's deputy foreign minister blamed Israel for starting the latest fighting in Lebanon by supporting rightist Christians against the Syrian army. CBS News continues after this message.
If you're a driver, if you're actually driving a car right now, consider this. 55 miles per hour saves you gasoline, and you know how much money that can cost you these days. 55 miles an hour saves you other troubles you don't need, like the worry about that car behind you with the flashing light on top. It's after somebody else. 55 also saves wear and tear on your car. But even more important than any of those things, 55 saves lives. Since 1974, when this national speed limit began, driving 55 miles an hour has been the single biggest factor in reducing highway deaths by more than 36,000 people. That's a lot of lives. So check your speedometer frequently. And remember, 55 saves lives. One of them could be you.
A public service of this station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
The Senate has voted a tax cut of more than $140 billion over the next 5 years, but there's a hitch in it. In a session that lasted into Monday night, the Senate approved the tax cut contingent upon the government's ability to reduce its own spending and balance the federal budget by 1982. A final vote on the tax cut bill is set for Tuesday, and most senators agree that a lot of what they wrote into the bill will be carved out by a House-Senate conference committee.